Welcome back to Nintagious. Camera's blurry. Good to have everybody. I'm running a little bit behind tonight, so apologies for that, but otherwise we are good to go. Hope everybody's doing well, having a good start to their weekends. We're probably just going to jump in with Mario Kart, and I'm pretty committed to the idea that it's probably just going to be Mario Kart all night long, but we'll see what happens. Pivoting to Smash is a possibility, but it's very dependent on, like, just certain people being here at certain times. And, we'll see. But I think Mario Kart's a safe way to start. JMT, Scarlet, Theo. Hope everyone's doing well. I am tired. Which is probably obvious. Yep, send it. We figured out last time we played Mario Kart that I think 16 tracks take about an hour, 32 take about 2 hours. We're probably gonna stick to like 8 tracks, just in the interest of potentially pivoting at any point. There's something else I wanted to do before we got kicking, but I don't remember what it was. It's not about important then. You forgot where you put your Switch? What? Maybe you really do need glasses, holy shit. And no problem, Scarlett. You said yesterday got kind of busy, right? So I imagine that tonight might also be kind of busy. Is it, like... I forget exactly what you do. You're some sort of technician, right? Does that depend on, like... How do I want to say this? Is the workflow dependent on, like, how many people, like, come into the ER? Does that make sense? So if there's, like... To get morbid about it, I guess. If there's, like, a massive car accident and a bunch of people are injured and they're all coming rushing into the ER, are you gonna have, like... Does your night go completely nuts, too? Because you have, like, a bunch of shit to do all of a sudden? Or is it a bit more... isolated than that? Because it's not like you work in, like, a restaurant or a hotel or something where you, like, are gonna consistently have a weekend rush, right? So it's probably very unpredictable, if I had to guess. Which explains why you would sometimes have some nights of just nothing happening, because... That's such a... Not using tilt control, shut up. What am I doing? What am I doing? Just learn the menu. That seems like it could be nice, because, like, there's probably a lot of downtime. Like, how often do people come rushing in where it's like, well, we need to use X-ray majiggers? Yeah, because, like, people are gonna come in for just... My tummy hurts. And that is probably not an X-ray kind of thing. In most cases. Evolve. Volpe, you said, so your expansion pack ran out. Did your Switch Online run out entirely, or is it just the expansion? Scarlett's a doctor? Not really. Just a technician. I mean, she probably still had to go through a lot of training, but... When I think of doctor, I think of diagnosis. She's not looking at the X-ray and saying, here's what's wrong with the patient. She's just taking the X-ray. Which is, like, you know, still important, don't get me wrong. Because most doctors probably don't know how to work an X-ray machine, so, you know, it's still a thing. Semi-doctor? Okay, sure, semi-doctor. I know expansion pack is Switch Online, but I mean, can you still play games online, or is your entire Switch Online out? Or is it just the expansion? But can you play Smash Brothers tonight? Or not? Also, Riley, how you doing? Because if you're still capable of... Ah, fuck. Oh, so you don't have Switch Online at all? I hate to say it, folks, but I think that means we're not playing Smash Brothers tonight. I'm talking to Volpe, JMT. I mean, it's still valid, because you also have Smash Brothers, but... You said yours ran out. I knew Volpe's ran out, I just didn't know if it was expansion only, or if it was all Switch Online. I wouldn't worry about it too much, Volpe, unless you're, like, wanting to get it back for other reasons. Something that's unfortunate about, like, Smash in particular, and it's something I realized when I was getting up today, and, well, I kind of realized it yesterday, too, is I don't really like having to put so much on your, as in the viewer's, shoulders. You know what I mean? That's just so dependent on, like, certain people being available to play Smash Brothers on these nights. And I don't want to have to expect any... I don't want anybody to feel like they're expected to be like, you gotta have your Switch Online available this week. You have your Switch Online, right? Like, I don't want to put anyone up to that, I guess is what it comes down to. I think the dream for a more general multiplayer night would be that we could find a bunch of stuff that is free to play. Because then accessibility really shoots up. Like I said, Volpe, if you want to do that, that's on you. Don't feel like I'm trying to pressure you into doing it, though. Yeah, I was thinking about downloading Multiversus on the Xbox. But I just don't know if I'm super interested in playing it. Yeah, I know that it has crossplay, it's just, I don't know how interested I am in playing it. I guess that's what it comes down to. I mean, I guess I'd give it a shot if a bunch of you guys were like, yeah, we want to try playing that. Same goes for, like, Riley. I think Riley said at some point about buying Smash Brothers, and it's like, if you want to do that, go for it. I'm not going to pressure anybody into buying Switch Online or buying the game or buying the DLC or anything. Like, I wouldn't like that if I was watching a streamer. If somebody was, if I was watching Twain and he started being like, hey, you have your Switch Online for this week, right? I would not like it, so. Unless it was specifically like a collaboration thing, and then it would probably be a little bit different. But that's the thing. It's not a collaboration in this particular instance. I think you do have to have a WB account or something. I don't remember. I set it up on PC, so I know it's there. But the lack of, like, solo stuff to do was kind of a turnoff for me. Like, there wasn't anything to do. It was just, okay, you can quick play now. And I was like, I don't want to quick play. I'm going to jump in quick play, and I'm going to come up against people who, like, know the meta already, and it's not going to be fun. Like, it's just going to be annoying. Ah, shit. What have I done? Yeah, there's a lot of free-to-play, like, multiplayer shooters, but, like, I don't think most of us aren't interested in games like those. I'm not terribly interested in games like those. I don't think many of us are. Because, like, Overwatch 2 is free, I guess. But how many of us are interested in games like that? Like, realistically, we could play, like, Fortnite or something, but, like, who's interested in stuff like that? I think, that, again, that's why Dauntless stuck out to me, because it was, like, a different type of game. Anyway, Volpe, you asked another time of doing multiplayer nights. It kind of depends on how tonight goes, to be honest. We could potentially do one next week, but I'm also kind of thinking about some other stuff for next week already. So Game Pass kind of works, but I also think we have a pretty limited install base there. Riley doesn't have access to Game Pass. I don't think Theo does. And again, it's a subscription that people might not have all the time. JMT's had Game Pass in the past, but I don't think he does it right now. It's like a nice middle ground between free-to-play and full game purchase, but it's still like, it's still an entrance fee, I guess is what I'm getting at. I'd be really interested in trying Dauntless again. If there are enough of you that were interested in it. I don't know if Scarlett's interested in it, I don't know if Theo's interested in it. We wouldn't be able to do that tonight, though, because I don't have it installed. On anything, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but again, Volpe, that's like, I don't even have expansion pack, so that's another thing. Where's Riley at? Too addicted to Animal Crossing now? I think I played all 3 of the N64 Mario parties, and then that was pretty much it. I didn't play any of them after that. The first 3 came out in that sleepover era, where like every weekend friends were coming over and we were playing either that or there's a lot of Mario Tennis going on in that era, a lot of Smash Brothers. But then in the GameCube era, those were already starting to become a little more rare. Enough for there to be some Smash Brothers and Mario Kart nights, but I think Mario Party kind of fell to the side at that point. But again, even with like something like Dauntless, I don't know. I feel I'm not one to like try to peer pressure people into playing games. Is kind of the thing, and I think I mentioned this yesterday when JMT brought up Played Up. Played Up looks pretty cool, but I was like, how much is that game? Like $20? I think like playing it multiplayer would be more fun for sure. And I was like, I don't want to pressure people into buying a game just to play it. And then if we like don't really like it, it's kind of wasted money. Now, Dauntless is free, but I still am like, I just don't want to pressure people into being like, hey, don't I already don't like pressuring you guys about the art montage lists. Like, I already dislike bringing that up every couple of days. Oh, did you think of more? What you got? I think... Who's it right now? I think it's you, Guy, Eno, and Pensive Scarlet. I think you and Guy are the ones that really need to add more to your lists. But I have that open, so I can write them down if you want. Games by years? What do you mean? You mean, am I gonna try to do, like, a best of 2022 montage again or something? No. Well, I wasn't planning on it anyway. Also worth pointing out, Fall Guys would have been a really good game for nights like tonight. It's just the lobbies started being really shitty. So if the lobbies get better, we could probably start doing that again. Anyway, I don't know if that's what you meant, Volte. Like, dude, were you thinking of something that you thought might also be on a montage like that, so you didn't want to suggest it? Because, yeah, like I said, I'm probably not going to do one of those. I didn't even finish the first one, because that's when the art stream started to fall off. So I wouldn't say anything is off limits right now. And that's another reason why you can have a list of multiple characters, because then if there is something that's off limits, if I'm like, well, you suggested Woodman, and I'm thinking about doing a Mega Man 2 montage, I can just be like, we'll skip that one, but you have other picks, so I can just pick one of those instead. I mean, I'm probably going to do a GDQ montage in January, but I have no idea what games they're going to play, so I wouldn't worry about that restriction. Also, they play like 100 games in one event, so I can just pick something else if it comes to it. I think in most cases what I would say is, like, just throw the characters out there anyway. And the worst I can say is, nah, not that one. And I don't think that's gonna happen soon. I think the chance of any of you dropping 5 characters and my not liking any of the 5 picks, I think is pretty slim. I think there's a pretty good chance I'm gonna like at least 1, 2, or 3 of the picks. That's how it's been so far, at least. Your mind is blank. Look at it this way. When we started Grounded yesterday and I had to come up with a name for, like, the server, and I was like, I don't fucking know. Like, it happens. Sometimes you just don't know. I thought you meant that you already had ideas, though. I'd say something from Castlevania, because, like, that's been topical lately. And I've said before, like, if you guys want, I can try to pick, like, point things out if I'm like, oh, I noticed that we're, like, talking about this a lot lately. Would you want to do something like that? If you have trouble coming up with ideas, like, I'm okay with doing that. I'm not gonna do it unless you say you're okay with it, though, because I don't want to... At that point, it risks turning into... I'm the one making the request, you know what I mean? Maybe Richter, you might be onto something there. I think a lot of the Castlevania characters aren't necessarily ones that I would jump on. But that one might be fine. Hey guy. And Mulligan. It's been a while. Hope things are well. Have you ever jumped in on any of these Mario Kart nights? You are welcome to if you'd like to. I would assume you have this. With up-and-coming kid gamers in the family, I imagine this one's a pretty popular one. You're helplessly addicted to Marvel Snap. Okay, never mind. You can't come play Mario Kart at 50. It sounds like you have other things on your plate. Is that game PvP only? Or is it, like, do you play against other, like AI? I installed it very briefly and ran through the tutorials, but as soon as I got the feeling that it was going to be a PvP game, I uninstalled it. It seemed like a cool concept, though. I've heard it's quite addictive, too, for sure. Oh, your kid never wants to play Mario Kart anymore? That is sad. Do you have just one kid, or do you have multiple? I don't remember. Yeah, this track is... I still think this is one of the more difficult tracks in the game. There's some real nasty turns. Oh, so you have one that's a little older that's gaming, and you just had twins. That is wild. I imagine life is crazy right now, but also congratulations. No, you don't understand. Yo, Riley's here. Riley. We managed to pry him away from whatever his Animal Crossing village is called. I can put dry bones down for you, Volpe. I think Riley already suggested that, but that's like completely fine. I think overlap can happen. And if anything, it just frees up a slot. Yeah, Death is kind of a bastard. Keep in mind, too, Volpe, that I also decided that I think I'll just let you guys pass if you want to. So if you are, like, really, like, I cannot think of anything, that's an option, too. I wouldn't necessarily encourage it, but I've mentioned that, like, due to trying sketch request things in the past, sometimes people are just like, nah, it's okay. So I figured I would allow that. Volpe, did you step away and I was talking to you this entire time? We were having a full conversation. It's fine. You should say something if you're gonna step away, though. Even if it's just a quick BRB, just so I know not to do that. It hasn't happened that often, but I'm not gonna be mad if you say, hey, I have to step away for a second. So if you're worried that I'm gonna be like, where the fuck do you think you're going? Sit your ass back down. Like, that's not gonna happen. No, I said I could put Dry Bones and Richter on your list. Human. If you want. And then I did decide that if you guys want to pass when you come up, like, I guess I'll allow that. I wouldn't encourage it, because I guess I do still want to feel like you're getting something, you know what I mean? It is PvP only. Yeah, I'm at this age where I'm just over it when it comes to PvP stuff. There's just so many, like, PvP games out there, and I'm just like... I don't know, I don't want to have to... It's hard to put into words. I want to chill more, for the most part, I guess is what it comes down to. I want to see more co-op multiplayer games. I feel like co-op is, like, criminally underrated. Oh, you bet your rank? That's interesting. I haven't heard about any games doing systems like that. Also, take your time, guy. We'll be here. I think, again, not to pressure or guilt anybody here, but I think we've already come to the realization that we will not be trying Smash tonight, so it's probably just gonna be Mario Kart all night, honestly. Which is fine. This is like a pretty, like, easy game to stream. And I'm sure Scarlett wants to do some catch-up once work allows her, since she missed a couple weeks. Have you been catching the new episodes of the first 30, Mulligoon? I know that you've been interested in those in the past. Actually, currently thinking that I'm gonna make Season 2 longer than Season 1. Just because now with... I guess you might not even know this yet, because I don't know if this has been mentioned in the episodes of the first 30, but I picked up an Xbox Series S with Game Pass, so now I have, like, so many games that I want to try. So I think I could easily do a longer season. I actually think I'm going to try to take an extra night off, like, not next week, but maybe the week after, and just do a bunch of recording. I don't know, maybe. I'm having a lot of fun with recording, so I'd highly recommend checking out the video content I'm doing, just because I'm having a good time making it, which leads me to believe that it's probably at least semi-entertaining. The downside is that I constantly feel like... I tend to just do an episode here and an episode there when I do recording sessions, which doesn't feel very good. I like doing big sessions of, like, recording, like, 6 episodes, but it's kind of hard to... It's kind of hard to find time to do that, is kind of the thing. I was hoping to do it last night, but I just had no energy when we finished streaming last night. Well, we can take Riley out of Animal Crossing, but we can't take the Animal Crossing out of Riley, it seems. Tried playing the SNES Star Fox. It's not great. I like it, but I wouldn't say it's great. So wait, do you still have Switch Online? I'm confused now. Or was this on the Super Nintendo Classic that you tried to play it on? Well, that was interesting. Fuck. Yeah, on the SNS menu, that makes sense. Hey, Twin. It's mostly a performance thing. Like, it just doesn't run well. Does Star Fox 2 run better? I should play Star Fox 2. I've never played it. And now I, like, don't have a reason not to. I was gonna play it a long time ago, like, before the streaming days. I was gonna do a video playthrough of it, just with the ROM. Because I never thought it would actually come out, so I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do that one via ROM, who cares? And then they were, like, surprised we've released it in 2 different ways, so now you can play it. And I was like, okay, maybe I should do that. Except I still haven't. Riley, you're lucky. It's been remade a ton of times, you idiot. You're not wrong. I think... Am I rubbing off on you? Because I've been doing that a lot lately, where I've been calling myself an idiot when I do stupid things. I did it a lot in Castlevania, where I was like, why do I keep jumping into that enemy? What are you, an idiot? Like, stop it. That's fair, JMT, honestly. And it might be a thing that, like, if we can actually gather up the people to play it, you might, within, like, a couple of matches, be like, you know what? Why not? Because I was the same way. I didn't really have an interest until it just happened to pop up over the last couple weeks, and I was like, you know what? Why not? And then I played a little bit of it off stream just to kind of like warm myself back up, and I had a good time. And I think as long as we stick with that like all random rule, I think it'll be a good time. The big issue is just having enough people. I think Twain had a similar problem, where, like, we both think 3-player Smash is, like, complete cancer. The difference is that he was actually, like, into one-on-ones, and I'm not. So he kind of had, like, an answer to that problem, whereas I'm kind of like, we need at least 4 people for, like, a decent amount of time. I wouldn't want to switch and be like, let's play Smash for, like, 3 matches, and then, oh, now we only have 2 people, so I guess it's back to Mario Kart. You know what I mean? And I think the fact that, like, at least this is an assumption I'm making, so this could be wrong. I'm assuming there's gonna be less rando kids, like, screaming, like, not even saying hello, just saying, hey, what's your friend code? Can I play? Can I play? Can I play? Hey, streamer, is he reading chat? Can I play? In, like, the span of 25 seconds. I assume there's gonna be less of that now, since the game is, like, settled. You know what I mean? So not only is there gonna be less of it, but if we have that random rule, they're probably not gonna want to play anyway, because then they can just camp on their main the entire time, which is the kind of gameplay that made me lose interest in playing. What the fuck was that? Excuse me? Bitch. Alright. What can you do, I guess? Now, granted, I haven't watched anybody play Smash, so that I actually intentionally, and this was maybe detrimental, I intentionally took the words Smash Brothers out of the stream title tonight, because I didn't want to be playing Mario Kart and having kids show up and being like, "You said you're playing Smash Brothers, can I play? I main Joker!" And I was just like, that's gonna make me, and that's gonna put me in a bad mood in a hurry, so... It's funny, I never knew how to explain 3-player Smash and how it doesn't feel good to me. Until I started recently watching people play more Battle Royales and hear them describe the third-party mechanic, and it's like, that's what 3-player Smash is. It's just 24/7 third-party. And no one likes third parties in Battle Royales. It's the same thing, except worse. Because it's constant. There's no avoiding it. Because I watched somebody play a lot of Rumbleverse, and, like, he was complaining about third parties, like, fucking constantly. Especially once the game's meta started to develop more, and they became more common, and he was like, it's just not fun now. And I was like, yeah, it's 3-player Smash. That's... you got it. It's horrible. I can tolerate it in, like, the free-for-all setting, where it's, like... with elimination, because then you only have, like, a brief window where there's only 3 people playing. And then as soon as someone gets eliminated, it's just a one-on-one anyway, so... like, that is fine, but I think having a full match like that would be just complete agony, and I would hate it. That was weird. No, not third-party games, okay. Third-party in Battle Royales is when you're, like... you've got, like, another... like, you're in a firefight with one other player, and then a third person joins the fight and, like, ambushes one of you and kind of screws up, like, the rhythm of the fight. And that's what 3-player Smash is. You're against one other player, except there's another player constantly interfering. How did we wind up on this course again, by the way? That's how you can tell I'm on autopilot when, oh, Riley, you bitch. Alright, Riley's on notice. I mean, that's Among Us. That's different. It's like an exclusively child audience. I'm sure it'll still happen with Smash Brothers, because I'm sure there are viewers out there that are, like, just looking for one-on-one lobbies. So I'm sure it'll still happen, but that's part of the whole... hey, we're gonna make everybody play random, because then those people aren't gonna want to play anyway. And then all else fails, I can just say, nah, it's regulars only. The thing is that's detrimental if there aren't enough regulars to play. Then that's just a bad look. I think we had a Smash Brothers stream back when it came out that was exactly like that. Where I was, like, turning people down and saying, no, only regulars can play, and we only had 3 people in the lobby, so we weren't playing anyway. And that just looks bad. That's what we call cutting off your nose to spite your face. Which, there you go, Volpe. That's another weird saying you've probably never heard up there with sitting around with your thumb up your butt. We need to bring back, like, archaic sayings like that, because they're really funny. Because they don't make any sense. Nah, fuck. That does make me glad that I'm skipping out on Splatoon 3 entirely, though, because I know Splatoon 3 would have that kind of viewer come in all the time. That'd be like, can I play private lobbies? Squid Party? Like, been there, done that. I've done my time with that community. I don't think I need to go back to that. And on top of that, I'm not even interested in playing the game that much, which is, I guess, what really matters. Wanted that mushroom, but I didn't want it to send me careening off the edge, so. Oh, God. I'm getting destroyed here. This is a bad time. This is good, though. Oh no, it ran out at the worst time. I still got 2 places, I guess, but... Salmon Run I'd probably have fun with, but that's probably about it. And even then, playing that with randos was butts in Splatoon 2, so... It would be very dependent on you guys, basically. Like, if you guys were there playing, it would probably be good, but... Oh, Gunfire Reborn. God, it's such a bad name for a video game. I think I said yesterday it's a not great name for a video game. No, it's just a bad name for a video game. It's so generic. It is fun, though. I've been playing a lot of it. I think I'm actually going to make, like, normal videos of it. I wasn't going to at first, but I think I'm going to. I don't know that one, Volpe. What is it? It sounds like something that is not good. It sounds like something that would be a bannable offense today. Like, it sounds like something that was canceled. It just has that feeling to it. Riley, you're a real motherfucker tonight. What do you... what is this? Oh my god. Riley's just laughing it up. He thinks he's real funny. Didn't even hit baby Rosalina. Like, what the fuck? What kind of rigged nonsense is this? Oh my god. Oh my god, that almost hit me. Well, you're a bitch and you deserve that. That still sounds like a word that was canceled, like, this year. You know what I mean? Two of those, like, 2 green shells almost hit me. So I'm not cool or sexy? Gee, thanks, Volpe. Man, I was feeling real good about myself there for a second. And then Volpe was like, oh, JK, I meant no, not. Volpe pulled the classic 90s. Psych! I did, I'm not gonna say what video it was. You guys are just gonna have to start watching video content if you want to see it. I did an on the subject of Ginchi. I did an impression of Twain's impression of a Valley Girl in an episode this morning. I had this brief moment, like mental moment, where I was like, how would Twain do this? Just do it like he does it. Oh my god. You know, it's funny, for other reasons I was gonna delete that episode and not render it. But now that I remember that that part was in there, I gotta. Because it was fun until the end, basically. Hey, Scarlet. Did you X-ray someone and are they dying? Do you even get to, like, look at the X-rays? Do you get to have a moment of, like... You get to try and guess what's wrong with them before you send it to the doctor to find out what's actually wrong? That would be like... Okay, this is, like, my dark sense of humor at its finest. I'm just picturing Scarlet, like, printing an X-ray? How does that work? And just looking at it and being like, oh, this guy's gonna be fine. And then just, like, taking up another one and be like, oh, this motherfucker's definitely dying. You have a will, right? I'm not a doctor. But I'm a semi-doctor, according to some people on the internet by the name of Volpe Marone. And I can tell you should have a will. Small male YouTube streamer leaves Valley Girl legacy. I mean, it's something, right? Oh, crap. I'm going to be cross with you? Well, that doesn't sound good. You didn't bring Mario Kart? Oh my god. Did you bring Smash Brothers? So in preparation for tonight, I kind of prepared myself for, like, all the possible, like, horrible outcomes. You know, like, oh, Volpe said his Switch Online ran out, so he's probably not going to be able to play things. Theo's going to get tired in, like, 15 minutes. Scarlett's going to forget to bring her games to work again. So, alright, well, I nailed 2 of them. At least. I mean, it's better than me booting up the stream and sitting here on Smash Brothers for 45 minutes waiting for enough people to play and just getting pissed off. Like, I instead was like, I'm just gonna play Mario Kart instead, and if it works out, it works out. Even though I'm 90% certain it's not gonna work out. Oh, you hate to see it. That fucking lightning bolt karma, did you see that shit? On that note, we're gonna boot it up to 16. No, we're not, because I'm gonna have to take a break. You know what? We're actually gonna do 6 races, because that's about how much... No, we can do another 8. That'll be fine. I'll have to take a break after that, though. And then we'll do a bigger chunk of races after that. Obviously, it was unplayable last night. Yeah, it seems about right. Try to attempt this to get in 3 total games over 3 hours. I hope that those 3 matches were fun, at least. What, there's only 72 megs of data on the disc, and the rest you have to download? That sounds like Activision. Low-key, I think you can fit 72 megs on, like, a Nintendo DS card. Why even have a physical version at that point? Because physical collectors won't shut the fuck up. Like, honestly. And, like, I don't really have, like, a horse in that race. But I'm, like, 99% certain that if the industry could get away with it, we would not have physical media anymore. The only reason physical media still exists is because
collectors, like, just won't stop bitching about it. So now they're just being passive-aggressive and making physical media in, like, the worst way possible and being like, well, we're still making physical media. That's what you wanted, right? You didn't say that it had to be done intelligently. You just said you needed something to put on your shelf, right? So now we're getting game cases that just have sheets of paper with download codes on them, and there's nothing on the CD. You just have to download the whole fucking game, like, because they don't want to make physical media. That's the thing. What is with this fucking karma? Oil. Oh. Stop, I'm trying to win. I actually didn't know that was Riley. I thought that was that Wendy. Oh well. Yeah, I think I remember watching you stream the beta, and it was, like, really bad, right? I think, like, a lot of why I don't really care about digital games is because it mostly affected me on PC and Switch until now. And as far as I can tell, the Xbox Series S is pretty good about it. But I know that in, like, the Xbox One and PS4 era was very, like... The installs were enormous, which made digital, like, kind of a problem. Now, the double problem with that is that even if you got the physical version, you had to basically install the entire goddamn game, so it still wasn't solved with physical either. I think the only thing I dislike about digital is that, like, you can't trade the game in if you decide that you just don't like it. But then when it comes to physical games, I don't trade them in anymore either, so... Like, I haven't traded games in, like, years. There's that concern about, like, oh, well, what if they shut the shop down and you can't access your shit anymore? But it's like... I don't know, that's so far off that I'm kind of like... And this is just stupid, I guess, but I have a stance of we'll figure that out when we get there. It's kind of the thing. I think people are also paranoid with digital stuff that, like, the company could just decide to take their stuff back, and I'm like, yeah, but that's not gonna happen. If you own Call of Duty like, digitally, I don't think fucking Bobby Kotick is gonna wake up one day and be like, you know what, I'm taking all of those back. I'm just gonna, like, go onto your console and just, like, take that back. Because that's mine, that's not yours. That's not gonna happen. He would sink the company so fast if he were to do that. Why would it... like, the man's an idiot, but he's not gonna do something like that. I always think that's, like, a pretty ridiculous concern when it comes to digital. It's like, oh, we technically don't own the games, therefore they can just take it back at any time. And it's like, yeah, but they're not gonna do that. Oh my god. Cool. I love how they gave me a coin and a green shell. I love Mario Kart. It's so fun. That's me, Volpe. I like having the games lined up on my shelves back behind the curtain, but like they take up space. And there was a period between 2015 and 2018 where I moved 3 times. And moving stuff sucks. Oh, you meant digital storage, didn't you? I guess that's also fair. And yeah, sometimes digital's nice if you just want to get it, like, you know, release night. Fuck. I've definitely had a couple, like, more than a couple of games that I order, like, release day delivery on Amazon, and it just doesn't get here on release day. And I was planning on streaming it that night. So, digital would have solved that problem. Oh my god. Talk to me, chat. The game is in fuck you mode, so I can't focus too hard on the game right now, or I'm gonna get in a bad mood really fast. This game is so weird. Because as long as I'm on autopilot and not thinking about playing the game, I'm having a great time. As soon as I start trying to focus, and every little time the game fucks me over, like, really sticks out, I have the worst time. Like, between the end of that last race and what's happening in this race so far, I'm like, I'm done. Can we play something else now? Like, it turns so fast. Cool. And they almost stole second from me, and I would have been mad about it. Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to do that, Volpe. They have multiple things of storage. I had multiple cards for the Wii, and boy, did I hate it. I still hate it, because whenever I'm like, I have this game digital on Wii, I don't remember what fucking card it's on. Like, it's... Those games are effectively lost, because I'm lazy, and I don't feel like putting the cards in and finding out what's on them. But yeah, what Scarlett said as well, I think digital works better for indie games because they're typically a lot smaller. Yeah, I think there's downsides to physical and digital, for sure. Digital's just more convenient, is what it comes down to. But then there's also some inconveniences that come with that. Like storage. Or the ridiculous paranoia that you're gonna wake up one day and Miyamoto's gonna have been on a rampage and took everyone's Mario Karts away. Like, but that's just not gonna happen. Like... He could, but that doesn't mean he's fucking going to. What kind of world would we live in if we say... That's Minority Report, basically. When we live in a world where we start judging people on crimes that they could do. Riley's such a troll. He gets a bomb and he immediately slams on the brakes because he just wants to just completely fuck someone with it. I see you. But yeah, like anyone could just wake up and go out and kill somebody. They could. Most people aren't going to. That's like, I think that's a ridiculous line of logic that like, oh, the company could just take my digital games away. Yeah, but they're not going to. Like, could Steam go in and just delete your library? Yeah. They're not going to, because that would be idiotic. It would sink their company so goddamn fast. And just pile up a billion lawsuits. Like, why would they do that? I don't understand the fear of they could do it. I guess it's just the whole, you can't trust corporations. I like how Riley didn't lose any speed hitting that banana peel. I'm not saying he, like, obviously he just didn't hit the banana peel on his screen, but it looked funky as hell on my screen is all I'm getting to. Getting at, rather. Nice shot. And then Theo just got blue shelled. I think he crossed the finish line before that happened, though. Yeah, see, technically they could do that, too. They could just be... I mean, that would require a lot more, like, steps. But they could just demand you have to give your physical games back, too. I guess they can't, though, because that's you actually own that. I guess that's the sketchiness with digital, is, like, we technically don't own those games or something like that. I guess that's what people are concerned about. I don't know. I think we're a little too caught up in the principle, if that's what we're arguing. Is kind of what I'm getting at. I do think that... I don't remember how big the hard drive is on the Series S. Scarlett might know off the top of her head. I still haven't filled mine up, though. So I'd say that they did, like, pretty decently with that one, because I've installed, like, I have like, 30 games installed already. That's a lot. And it's not full yet. And some of them are rather large, like Avengers. Avengers is a big game. So... it's not like they're all tiny things. I think the starting storage on that was pretty reasonable. Ah, shit. I was glancing. I don't know, why aren't people complaining about live service games then, though? Because that's literally, not only is it digital only, in a lot of cases, but then they could literally just, like, delete your accounts, or shut the servers down, and, like, suddenly... Isn't Dragalia Lost shutting down? So, like, why isn't that more of an outrage compared to, like... that's a thing that's actually happening. Where they're actually shutting the servers down, and you cannot play that game anymore. If you spent thousands of dollars on gacha on that shit, it's gone. Maybe it's because people like just accept the fact that gacha's like kind of bad, so it's not a hill that anyone needs to die on. Whereas physical versus digital is actually like a debate. What the hell? You bastard. Yeah, Overwatch is like it's just gone. I mean, WiiWare's been shut down for a while, right? So there's a couple of games that were on there that they're just gone now. Overwatch 2 is just Overwatch. It basically is. Yes. It's more like version 2. Like 2.0. Ever since they announced that, I was like, why the fuck are you calling it a sequel? That's not a sequel at all, by any stretch of the imagination. I guess we can just consider the Switch version of Mario Kart to be Mario Kart 9, then. All they did was add battle mode. That's all they did in Overwatch 2. And the story mode that they're adding isn't even in the game yet. Otherwise, it's just, like, character tweaks and probably new maps, which was already things that they were getting in free updates, too. Same with Splatoon 3 to an extent, but I don't think Splatoon 3 has all of the existing content from Splatoon 2 in it. So it's slightly different. But it's still kind of like, this is the same game. Every now and then I just, like, forget that I need to drift on that turn. It's really strange. Oh my god. How'd we even get on the digital topic? Ah, fuck. Come on. Yeah, I'm basically screwed. Oh yeah, the 72 meg thing. I'm not surprised by that at all. Anyone remember the Street Fighter Cross Tekken controversy when that came out? Which, like, I think that was a definite principle kind of thing, too. Because the whole thing for that, because that was like 10 years ago, right? So a lot of people probably don't remember that. Basically what happened is there was day one DLC for that game, and all of the day one DLC, most of the day one DLC, like, content was already on the physical disc. So you weren't, like, downloading the content, you were just, like, paying to unlock it, basically. And Capcom caught a lot of shit for that. And I looking back, I'm kind of like, I kind of don't get it. Because, like, realistically, I could say the same thing about Smash Brothers right now. If we were to play Smash Brothers, and any of you have the second DLC pack, you could just play those characters. The data's in the game. So I'm only buying an unlock. I'm not actually buying to, like, get the content. The content's already there so that I can actually play with other people. But for some reason, that one in particular, people just completely blew it up. And I guess it was just because of the physicality of it. It was the fact that it was on the disc. So you were buying the disc, you owned the disc, and then... but you couldn't access some of the content, which I guess I understand. I guess it's all down to ownership. It was especially funny because I don't think that game was even considered to be good. So it's funny that it had that much controversy. Capcom had a lot of controversy in general at the time, though, because that was when they were canceling a bunch of Mega Man games, and people were, like, getting pretty mad about that. Ah, fuck. How did neither of my bananas block that? Like, I just dropped 2 of them. I think it's just strange to me how people will, like, pick their hills to die on. Oh, did I forget to put a notification up? I did. I think I even copied the link. I just forgot to actually post it. It's fine. This was a test to see which of you were actually paying attention to see if the stream was live without having to be told that the stream was live, and you all passed. Congratulations. But, like, we bring up the thing with Avengers pretty often, because that was another one that was, like, people heard Square Enix, Marvel, and microtransaction in the same sentence, and they were like, this game should be destroyed. This game doesn't even deserve to release. Like, people lost their fucking minds, even though the microtransactions were very much optional, and you can earn the currency to buy them in-game. There are other games with far more offensive microtransactions that don't get nearly as much shit. Why was that a hill that people were like, this is a hill I'm willing to die on? When there's just worse offenders out there. By far. Nah, fuck. That's why when that Chocobo Racing came out, I was like, people better be mad about this. Because those microtransactions were bad. Like, far, far worse. Well played. And I don't think they fixed those microtransactions, did they? I think people just got over it in like a week, and were like, never mind. It's still Final Fantasy, so... Like, what the hell? Oh my god, dude. I hate this game. You bitch! Who the fuck just did that? I'm banning you. You have no idea. I think it was that Bowser, so I think everybody's safe. That fucking timing. Oh my god. Like, I take that as a personal attack. Oh, what, with Chocobo Racing? They tried to help by just giving you more things to buy? Yeah, that's not helping. They should have fixed it by making the in-game currency actually earnable, instead of you have to buy a microtransaction just to be able to earn the in-game currency, which is complete and fucking total nonsense. The very fact that that game was like, we know you spent $50 on it, or I guess that was the free-to-play version. The $50 version probably lets you unlock the currency, but... The fact that they tried to, like, you have to... There was no free-to-play element. Like, I think trying to release a free-to-play version of that game was just, like, a fucking lie and a sham. And they should have just said it was, like, a demo, not a free-to-play version. Alright. Real quick break. But I won't be long, so hang tight. We'll set off on some more races as soon as I sit back down. So, hang in there. Game wasn't even free. Chocobo Racing? There was a free version, because I played it. But there was, like, literally nothing to do. Everything was locked. Alright, I'm gonna go in, and I'm gonna adjust the schedule a little bit here. I am gonna take Tuesday off. We're gonna start Castlevania. We're gonna start Symphony of the Night on Friday. Okay, so I'm off tomorrow. Art stream on Sunday. Inscription on Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday off. Grounded on Thursday. Start Symphony of the Night on Friday. Off Saturday. Art stream Sunday. Finish Symphony of the Night on Monday. Sonic Frontiers comes out on Tuesday. And then with off on Tuesday, I'm just going to do a bunch of recording. Oh, I like this plan. I don't know where Riley went. Assume he also took a break. We're not in a rush. It's fine. I probably could have continued managing some of this shit off camera, but decided not to. Realistically, it's kind of nice that we're probably just gonna play Mario Kart tonight, because I don't think we're gonna play it again until potentially when the next DLC comes out. November's gonna be so packed full of stuff that I don't think we're gonna have time to play it again. That, and I think we're supposed to play Mario Kart last Friday, right? And I skipped it, I think. Hey, Paul. Theo, welcome back. But free isn't barely anything. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, was there a Pepsi free? Like, in that regard? Yeah, I get... I get what you're saying. Yeah, I was, like, highly disappointed at how, like, there was just nothing to do in that free-to-play version. Alright, Theo, when you're ready, we can probably go ahead and take off, and then Riley can rejoin when he gets back. I know what I forgot to do. Hold on. I didn't update the ticker. Yeah, last night I came up with like 4 different playthroughs that I could record, and then suddenly I was like, I kind of want to have a day off just to do a bunch of recording. And I was already thinking about it with this week with do 16 races now. With Symphony of the Night, when it comes to any Metroidvania, I don't really like streaming a night of it and then like waiting a week before I stream more of it, because it's very easy to completely lose all memory of where the hell I was in that amount of time. So I wanted Symphony of the Night to be closer together. So I almost put it on this Friday and then had it on, as in today, and then had it on Tuesday. And then multiplayer would have been next Friday. But then the Tuesday after that, I didn't know what to do with it. And now I'm like, we'll just take that time off. But if that's gonna be in like 2 weeks, like a week and a half, that's a little far away. I want to get to recording before that, I think. So I think this is gonna work better. And yeah, Theo, if I don't have anything to do on a break, I'm just taking a bathroom break and a drink break. That does not take very long. Which, truthfully, I feel like I should start taking faster breaks again. Sometimes I take a break and I think I'm up for like 10 minutes, and I've definitely noticed, and it's nothing against anyone in particular, I mean, I'm not even gonna call out names, but I've definitely noticed a couple of people will, like, if I'm up for like 10 minutes, they definitely leave. And they go to find something else to do. Which is, like, honestly fair. Like, I'm not even, like, upset about it. I should probably just be better about faster breaks, is what it comes down to. By the way, I don't know if I've mentioned, I should be... I'll be off for Thanksgiving and New Year's, but I should be streaming on Christmas, I think is the current plan. I don't know what I'm going to do on Christmas. Honestly, probably just going to be Mario Kart, because it's easy. What is Christmas? It's a Sunday. Interesting. So probably the week of Thanksgiving, we'll probably do Grounded early, or not Grounded, Deep Rock, because we'll be back on Deep Rock by that point. We'll probably do that earlier than Thursday, because I think, well, I know Thanksgiving's on a Thursday. It's always on a Thursday. We'll probably push it on a Wednesday that week. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. Attendance might be a smidge sketchy over the holidays, just because if I decide I want to take, like, extra time off. Hey, Riley's back, and he's not Cat Peach now. This is gonna get confusing. Because I don't know, like, do I want to take just Thanksgiving off? Do I want to take the Friday after it, too? And then the Saturday, and just make it, like, a 3-day weekend? Same with New Year's, so I want to take New Year's Eve and the day off. And then what I'll probably do, like... So I'll be streaming on Christmas because my mom's going to be working on Christmas, is basically what it comes down to. So she won't be available to do anything. So we'll probably have it on a different day. Is usually what we do. Oh, in-game? Yeah. Which... We're mostly playing against AI, so we don't see a wide variety of flags at the moment. If we were playing in, like, worldwide lobbies, we'd see a lot of different flags. Wow! Wow. Wow. If I had to guess, I probably won't take a lot of time off for Thanksgiving, solely because, like, Pokemon will have just come out, and that's probably all I'm gonna be wanting to do at that point. But maybe I won't commit to that just yet. It's still like a month away, so... Flag's your favorite flag? Gee, I don't know. I don't know that many of them off the top of my head. That's not something I'm, like, terribly well versed at. If we were playing in worldwide lobbies, there'd be a solid chance that I'd see a lot of flags where I'm like, I don't even know where that's from. Like, I have no idea. I like the Canadian flag. It's simple. Simple, elegant. Yeah, it has their national pastime, maple syrup, right on the flag. I realized the other day, and this might be a hot take, I don't know. I think maple syrup is a pretty low-tier condiment, if I'm being honest, because there's not a lot of things you put it on. It's what, like 3 breakfast foods and that's it? It's pancakes, waffles, and French toast, and that, like, what else do you use maple syrup for? Maybe some desserts, but it's not a very common dessert thing. Maybe not, maybe I wouldn't say a low-tier condiment, but an underrated condiment, or an underused condiment is maybe better. Maybe appropriately rated, but underused. I feel like we could be doing more with maple syrup. Yeah, it's a niche condiment. Not really, because those 3... oh, shit. Those 3 breakfast foods are, like, pretty common. But, like, that's all you use it for. And it's only 1 meal of the day, unless you're an absolute lunatic and you have breakfast for every meal, which I support, by the way. Don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted. This is when the Mario Kart streams are at their best, in my opinion, is when we're talking about random shit like this. That's true, you can caramelize meat with it. That's true. Another one I realized was honey. Honey is not used in a whole lot of stuff. People act like it would be such a catastrophe if, like, we don't protect the bees and we don't have honey anymore. Which is like, yeah, like, protect the bees, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying not to do it. But also, like, what all do you use honey in? Like, not a whole lot. Now, I do think that's used as an ingredient more often than maple syrup is. So that might actually be in a lot of stuff and you just don't realize it. I bet you use maple syrup in cooking a lot, actually. In, like, cakes and cookies. I bet you could use it in a lot of stuff like that. Same with honey, really. But then we're not talking about it as a condiment, we're talking about it as an ingredient, which is different. I mean, honey as a condiment is, like, basically not used at all. I beg your pardon. Unless you count, like, putting it in your tea as a condiment, but I don't know if that counts. I don't know. You love to see it. What a bad time for the bullet to let me go, though. Fuck you. Yeah, it's not just the honey. That's also true. Wasn't that the whole point of the Bee movie? Which is basically straight propaganda about what would happen if the bees disappeared. What a movie that was. I do think we're at a time of, like, really good cinema. Like, as far as quality goes. But, like, movies like that just aren't made anymore. For better or for worse. movies now are either, like, good or dumb. But in, like, the 90s and 2000s, there were movies that were good and dumb. Like, that happened pretty frequently. Like, what happened? Like Zoolander. That movie is completely idiotic, but it's, like, one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. Like, it's an excellent movie, even though it's really stupid. Movies like that just aren't made anymore. And when a movie takes off because of it, it's, like, for the wrong reasons. Like Sharknado. Like, people liked that movie, like, ironically. Because, like, oh, it's stupid. But Zoolander was, like, stupid in, like, a good way. But even Zoolander 2 was, like, nowhere near as good. Welcome back, Scarlet. Are more people dying? Are you saving lives? That could be counted as saving lives, right? Man, earlier I was like, that sucks. You, like, take an x-ray of a dude and you're like, oh no, that's like a whole shovel, like, in his head. He's gonna die. And there's, like, nothing I can do about it. And that sucks. But on the other hand, there's probably other people that are like, oh no, we can save this person's life, and I helped. So that probably feels good. The doctors wouldn't have known how to save his life if it wasn't for me. I wouldn't be able to do a job like that. I'm pretty sure. Bum, bum, bum. I was gonna ask when you were gonna get in here, but then I remembered you don't have your game. Sigh. Also, if I'm being completely honest, and I don't want you to feel like I'm putting the blame on you, Scarlet, but judging by how, when we tried Gunfire last night, that, like, the work internet wasn't very good, do you think it's gonna be any good for Smash Brothers? Like, it's probably gonna be even worse there, if I had to guess. I didn't know Riley was right there, son of a bitch. I literally, like, didn't see him until the blue shell was circling over his head. Cool. A green shell, thank you. Riley probably has, like, a billion mushrooms, and now he just picked up that one on the track because he's a god. That fucking green shell, what the fuck? Yeah, saving lives one x-ray at a time. I mean, yeah, it's a hospital. They have an ER. It's not the show ER, if that's what you mean. Who the fuck just left? Mario Kart is significantly better with bad internet. Oh, the PC is just worse than Switch. I guess we could still try it at some point. And Paul, you're saying, like, with the way movies changed is a bit political? I don't think so. I think it's just senses of humor changed. Because you look at a lot of the movies made in, like, the 90s and the 2000s, and you think of the actors that are in them, right? A lot of people that got their start on SNL and stuff like that. I can't name a lot of comedians these days, though. Which tells me that they haven't quite got it figured out like the comedians back then did. I'm not gonna say that comedians when we were growing up were funnier. I think they strike a different note now, I guess, and maybe it doesn't translate to movies as well. But I can tell even from, like, Twitter that, like, kids today have a really fucking weird sense of humor, honestly. Just look at the fucking Waluigi for Smash memeing. Like, for some reason they think being cringe and just completely idiotic is really funny. Look at Twitch chat, that's another good example. Like, they just act like fucking idiots, but that's because it's funny to them. They don't realize it's not funny to other people. Which, again, you look at shit like Sharknado, and people were like, oh, yeah, fuck yeah, Sharknado, because it was stupid. Like, they liked it ironically, but it wasn't like there was something good beneath it. I've only seen one of the Sharknadoes, there's like, what, 17 of them? But the one I saw was pretty fucking stupid. It was pretty bad. But yeah, I don't think it's political. I think it's just... It's a different generation of writers, and I just don't think they're doing it the same way. But we also live in an era right now where the movie industry was completely upset by COVID, so that might be another thing. Making just a dumb comedy is probably not worth the money right now. I watch a guy that was talking recently about how, like, he managed to have a day, like, a couple of weeks ago where, like, there was actually a wide open window in his schedule, in his and his wife's schedule, and they were like, wow, we can just, like, do anything. What do we want to do? Do you want to go to the movies? Sure, yeah, let's go to the movies. And they looked at what was playing, and there's nothing playing. Like, there's just nothing right now, because it's just... The movie industry is still going to be recovering from COVID, I think. Yeah, Twitch chat is terrible. I think culture might be part of it too, because I think there became things that were less okay to joke about. And I necessarily don't have any problems with that, but I think the problem is that when something becomes not okay to joke about, you have assholes like the people who write Family Guy who are like, we're only going to joke about that now, because we have the balls to go there. So it just winds up making a lot of comedy that's, like, not funny. It's edgy just to be edgy. Because, yeah, that's right, we're gonna make a joke about that, because nobody else has the balls to do it. It's like, okay, but the joke isn't funny. The only thing funny is the shock of, oh, I can't believe they made a joke about that. Switch fell asleep on you? What, between races? How the hell did that happen? Shouldn't fall asleep that aggressively. You think we're just getting old? I mean, yes, but, like, that's, like, no. That implies it's our fault. And it's like, things are gonna change no matter what. Even if we were to discover the secret to immortality and stop aging, things, like, sense of humor of culture is still gonna change over time. And I also think movies are just obsessed with, like, the Marvel way of doing things right now, for better or worse. So I think a lot of movies are like, we can have the humor, but we can also have the action. And if we split that difference, then, like, that's the key to success, which is, like, fine in some cases, but I can't think of the last movie like Zoolander that was like Zoolander, Dumb and Dumber, like movies like that that are just like, this is really stupid, but that's like why it's good. And maybe part of that is I just don't watch as many movies as I used to. In high school, I watched a lot of TBS, and they were always showing, and that's why I watched a lot of TBS, is they were always showing just, like, not old movies, but, like, movies that came out within, like, the last decade that were cheap, and they would just show stuff like that all the time. So I saw a wider variety of things that I do now since I don't watch TV at all. You know, like how every movie is like, wow, so cool, I got these powers, insert joke here. Yeah, the quips. Yeah, I think quips have a time and a place. And I think people saw, like, there's a couple of Marvel movies that, like, really kill it with that, where, like, they insert quips, and it's like, oh, that's a nice formula. But you need more than just that, is kind of the thing. And there's a couple Marvel movies that fall victim to that, too, where they only have quips, and you're like, okay, stop with the quips for a second, and, like, can we take it seriously? Here's looking at you, Thor, Love and Thunder, where it's sometimes really tone-deaf, because serious things are happening, and then you have Thor looking into the camera and saying, that's why they call me the Lord of Thunder. And it's like, what? Somebody just died, motherfucker! Like, what are you doing? Like, that's the downside to the quips, so I understand why you wouldn't like that. I think that's a valid criticism. There's definitely a time and a place for stuff like that. I don't know if COVID is necessarily touchy anymore. I guess it could be if somebody has a really idiotic take, but I think that's mostly behind us. When you heard the takes of people being like, COVID isn't real, that's when it got, like, problematic. Because people would just say really dumb shit. But I think that's, like, mostly behind us. It's history now. Not just history, but it's also, like, now our way of life. We've finally, it took us way longer than it fucking should have because people refuse to adapt, but I think it's just a part of our life now, so it's not as controversial a topic. Because it's just like, yep, that's the way life is. Depending on the part of the country you live in, because a lot of parts of the country just act like it isn't real and never changed to begin with. Like here. It's basically just... Nobody adapted here. They were just like, we'll just wait until it goes away. 2 years later, we'll just wait until it goes away. Wearing a mask for 15 minutes is way too inconvenient. We'll just wait for it to go away. So a couple people are gonna get sick. What's the big deal? Anyway. This is probably the controversy that you were trying to avoid. But I don't think... You don't hear a lot of that anymore, is what I'm getting at. 2 years ago, yeah. It was pretty problematic. The problem, like, 2 years ago is you'd even say the word mask, and people would, like, lose their shit over debating on how necessary masks were. And it was like... Like, come on. All I did was say I put a mask on to go to the fucking grocery store, and now you're trying to convince me that I was actually hurting, not helping. It's like, shut up. It did become cliche, Volpe. Yeah, you're right. I understand what you're saying. Jim Carrey's not canceled. He's still alive. I'm not sure why he does not make movies. I mean, he just retired. He retired after Sonic 2. No, you don't understand. They even have a 1-minute sleep setting? Fucking why? You just feel paranoid about upsetting the gaming community. I mean, people can be really testy, for sure. I think that's why some people say, like, we're not talking about this at all. And I've definitely had a couple of situations in the past where I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna trust people to be mature enough to talk about this. And then someone says something stupid, and I'm like, never mind, we can't talk about this. So, and the tricky thing is you never know who's gonna come in and either say something stupid, or say something stupid. He's like, that's the only potential outcome. We have no control over, like, anyone could walk in at any time. So even if we are all in agreement, we're having a civil conversation, there could be some idiot that comes in and is just like, I wear a mask every single moment of every single day. I even wear it when I'm sleeping, and I even wear it when I'm in the shower, and I've still caught COVID 7 times. And it's like, shut the fuck up. No, you didn't, first of all. I always loved seeing those stories, and you always see them in streams. For some reason, people love coming to streams and being like, I'm gonna air this ridiculous story, and I'm gonna embellish the fuck out of it. I follow a pretty big streamer on Twitch, and there were multiple times where I'd be watching it, and there'd be people that were like the first year of the pandemic, people would be like, I've had it 5 times already, and I'm like, no you didn't, shut up. Like, what were you doing, rubbing your face in a fucking dumpster? Like, fucking stop. Like, what the hell is... What is wrong with... How? If you did catch it that many times in less than a year, you did something wrong. Like, period. No one should be sick that frequently at all. Unless you have a small child, because they're germ factories. So you either did something stupid, or you're assuming I have the sniffles, I must have COVID again. Oh no, I coughed, I must have COVID again. Like, it must have been shit like that. Are we at the point yet where, you know, in Happy Gilmore, was it like his ex-boss or something that's wearing a shirt that says guns don't kill people, I kill people? And then it just evolved into, like, guns don't kill people, stupid people kill people. Are we to a point where we can get shirts that say COVID doesn't kill people, stupid people kill people? That might just be too hot.
Funniest thing you still see sometimes is people wearing their mask while driving.
I think it's that they don't want to be bothered with putting it on, taking it off, putting it on, taking it off, putting it on, taking it off, so they just leave it on. Honestly, I would probably do that. The last time I, like, and this is telling of how much of a hermit I am, but the last time I went out and COVID was still very much a thing, once we got to our destination, I put the mask on. I did not take it off until we got in the car and were headed home. Like, even between destinations, I just left it on. Because I was like, I don't want to have to fuss with it. Especially with glasses. Because you really have to fuss with those fucking things to get them just right so that you're not steaming up your glasses constantly. I guess what it comes down to is I can't blame people for being safe. Like, yeah, okay, if you're in your car, you're not going to get it from anybody, but it also means that they're preventing themselves from touching their face after they just touched whatever at the supermarket that might have had germs on it. So, like, I could see why you justify it, compared to the people who are like, I'll wear the mask, but I'm not pulling it up over my nose. It's like, that's the sort of shit where I'm like, come on, what are you doing? That's laziness that hurts people at that point. But yeah, I guess what I'm getting at, Paul, is I understand your concern, because I've definitely seen chats go horribly awry. You have to be, even if you try your damnedest to make sure you're being very clear. Have you heard me tell the Sonic Adventure story? A long time ago, I was in an art stream of a pretty big Sonic fan. And they were just like, you know, shitting on Sonic 2006, because that's what Sonic fans did at the time. Before they had this weird fucked up idea recently where they were like, we're gonna take the social media and be like, you know, Sonic 2006 actually isn't that bad. Yes, it is, shut up! Anyway, they were just shitting on it, and I was like, you know, like, yeah, it's bad, but like, the entire Dreamcast era kind of has, like, the same glitches that Sonic 2006 does. Like, they started with Sonic Adventure, and then they just progressively got worse. Like, Adventure was, like, playable. It was fine. Adventure 2 was, like, slightly glitchier, but it was still mostly fine. Heroes got really glitchy. It wasn't fine anymore. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that one. And then 2006, like, really just kind of went off the deep end, right? That's when it just got completely out of hand. And I gave this long-winded explanation of what I just said, and people were like, this motherfucker just said Sonic Adventure's worse than Sonic 2006, and it just blew up. And I was like, I didn't say that. But people didn't read what I said. They only read what this guy said. This motherfucker said Sonic Adventure's worse than Sonic 2006. I thought they were actually going to hunt me down in real life and crucify me. It was explosive. So, I get it. People are stupid. I can't fight. Every couple minutes, I look at chat and I'm like, Scarlet, get in here. When are you gonna come race? Oh yeah, you didn't bring your fucking game. I keep forgetting. And I don't even think it's like a political or a social thing. I think it's like, because I've even had moments with video games where I'm like, oh, this is bad game design in this moment. Like, I'll be criticizing something, And people will come up with, like, the dumbest counter-arguments that don't even have anything to do with anything. It's like social media arguing 101. If you can't prove that you're right and they're wrong, just try to derail the argument. So I've definitely had moments before where, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, and I'm sure some of you have picked up on this, because you guys aren't stupid. Like, you're sharp. I'm sure you've picked up on this. I've definitely had moments where if somebody says something really stupid like that, I'll just stop reading their chat for, like, the rest of the stream. Like, I'll just be like, I'm not reading this person's chat anymore. I won't say it, but I make a mental note of, like, don't read what this person's saying, because you're just gonna get mad, because nothing that they're saying is making any relevant sense to anything you're talking about right now. And that will agitate me in a hurry, especially because I have the habit of, like, reacting to it anyway, and then I get mad at myself for being off topic, and I'm like, but I took the bait. It's my fault. I can't even be mad at them at that point. Fuck. I hate that turn. What a throw. Fuck you, but I can't really be mad. You can't argue with stupid, they bring you down to their level. Exactly. They'll just say dumb shit to try and, like, get you on a different tangent so that you can get away from the point of, I'm right and you're wrong. I mean, hey, did you finish Metroid yet? You should get one of these bad boys. Maybe you don't have this many Switch games, but I got this a while ago because I needed a new Switch case. The other one I had filled up. And this holds like 80 game cards or something like that. It's like it's not almost, it is overkill, but I think it was like $15 or something. I can try to look it up on Amazon and link you to it. Show me my orders from this year. I think it was earlier this year I made it. Maybe not. Must have been last year. Yeah, I really went overboard because I didn't want to have to, like, upgrade again. I was like, I'd rather have too much space than only get a minor upgrade and then fill it up again, like, really quickly. And I think it's, like, half full already, so, like, I have a lot of Switch games. Reminds me I should pre-order Pokemon. Should probably pre-order Sonic Frontiers too. I'm probably gonna get that digital. Well, I'm gonna get it on the Xbox, so of course it's gonna be digital. I could probably get that preloaded. I would assume. And yeah, there's another downside with physical. If you live in a place like where Guy does, they just don't get their shipments sometimes. That happened where I lived in Virginia a couple of times too. Where they were just like, oh, we don't have any of those. And I was like, what? What do you mean you don't have any of those? Goddamn, what a lead. It's because there's no blue shells to fuck with me.
There it is.
Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. I'm gonna link you the whole store page, Scarlet, because they also have even bigger cases that you can fit the Switch itself inside of. And I don't know if you're shopping for something like that, so instead of just linking you directly to what I got, I'm just gonna give you the whole store page. I'm pleased with it though. It's a nice hard case. I think they have smaller ones too, if you don't necessarily need a case that large. I mean, the ones that also carry the Switch itself probably don't carry that many games, but when's Pokemon release? Yeah, it's the 18th. It's Friday before Thanksgiving. Are the taxes for pre-orders? Yeah. Yeah, Butterfox. I would just Amazon it, Guy. You're gonna have to, like, wait a bit for it to get there, but that's better than not knowing if you're ever actually gonna find it in stock anywhere. And you order stuff online all the time, so it's not like you're a stranger to that. Oh, was it only $13? Yeah, it was a pretty good deal. I mean, I said 15. That's not very far off, but and yeah, I think they have smaller ones. I think I went for the biggest one they had because I was like, fuck it, it's not that expensive. One I had before that held 24, I think. And once that filled up, I was like, okay, I guess it's time to get a new one. If I remember correctly, they didn't have the color I wanted in the smaller one anyway. I think that was part of why I was like, I'll just take a big one. That's what she said? There was a lot of phrasing there, I think, that could have gone awry. You know what, Theo? You deserved that. If you were the one that threw the boomerang at me anyway, I think you were. The really funny part to me is, like, as he rocketed past, I heard King Boo laughing. And then he just went soaring off the cliff. Oh, you love to see it. Oh, you love to see it. How did I even get a star in first place? What the fuck? just realized I haven't heard from Nala like all night. I don't know if she's in here. I think she's in my closet, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna risk checking and then hi. And now you're gonna come out immediately and start bothering me because that's kind of what you do. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't sitting at the door begging to be let out or anything. Okay, I don't have time to chase you in between races. Sorry. I'm debating. I haven't talked about this on stream yet. I realized the other night that physical copies of Bayonetta 2 are still available. And that's the one that's like $60 Bayonetta 2 and it comes with a code for Bayonetta 1. I was holding off on rebuying Bayonetta 1 on Switch because digitally you have to buy them separately, which totals up to $80. And then I remembered that the physical versions are still available. And so now I'm like debating with myself and being like, should I grab that before it potentially disappears forever? I think I assumed it was like a limited edition, a limited time thing, and that it wasn't. Eventually, I wasn't gonna be able to get it. A little late for October, but I just don't think I should spend the money. Is kind of the thing. Leo, right? Hey, Leo. How's it going? It's been a while. I hope things are well. Both in the streaming side of life and the miscellaneous side of life. Fuck off with the blue shells, dude. We just not. Where'd Riley go? Can't really complain. Mario Kart's such an easy game to stream. It takes very low, like, mental output. As long as I don't start to, like, think about the game too much, because then I start to get tilted by, like, everything that hits me. So I have to try to, like, stay on autopilot. It's always a pretty good time for that reason. Now my cat wants out of the room. I should have just left well enough alone. Oh, come on, man. Like, the dark blue, is that the one I have? Or do they have different color variants now? Oh, good. That's exactly what I needed. Almost. Oh yeah, didn't they have a lighter blue one too? But I think it was like more of an aqua, and I was like, nah. Usually I do go for the lighter blue colors, but it was a little too dancing the line between turquoise and blue for me. Mare. Do you want out? Or do you just want attention? I don't know what race we're on. I can take a quick break if you come straight to the door and leave. But if you're gonna be weird and put up a fight about it, I don't have that kind of time. What you should do
What you should do is you should come up and say hello to everybody first, because you're so cute. Because you're so cute. Because you're so cute, yes you are. Especially since you're not sleeping in the middle of the floor, so I can't turn the camera on. You're sleeping in the closet instead. Hi. Hi. Yes. You're so cute. You're so cute. Okay, cat has escaped. Successfully escaped. I don't think I have my old case sitting around. Otherwise, I would have shown that too. I kind of regret when I first moved here, I bought a case for like the whole Switch like right away, because for some reason I thought I was going to be like going places a lot. I don't know why I thought that. I guess because there's a lot of family that lives around here, and I assumed I'd be doing more stuff with them. Which, I don't think I've done a single thing with them since moving here, but that's another story entirely. But yeah, that case just sits in my drawer over there, doing nothing. It's a very bare minimum case, too, so, like, I don't think it's ever going to be really useful for anything, if I'm being honest, because it's not, like... There's no room to, like, put the charger and stuff like that, so it's, like... It'd pretty much only be good for the portability. If I wanted to take it someplace and actually, like, set it up with the dock, I'm gonna need a bunch of extra storage space to carry that stuff anyway. So it's funny that stuff like that, like, even when I was ordering the game case, I was, like, I hesitated, like, a really long time. Why did it go after Theo? I'm sorry, I wanted that to go for Waluigi. That was not an intentional hit. My bullet had a mind of its own. Oh my god, what? Ow. I'm gonna be clenched from that one for a while, I think. Nice. Nice score, guy, by the way. Hashtag nice. Scarlet, I don't remember if we've talked about this. You guys know I like to keep secrets in regards to, like, playthroughs I'm doing and stuff, because I'd rather have an air of mystery and have you guys be like, oh, he's playing that? I should watch that. Which in reality is probably stupid. I should probably be hyping it up more than that. But anyway, I was thinking about doing a video playthrough of Scorn. Would you recommend that? In general, would you recommend that to me? I guess we haven't known each other that long. You might not know my taste in games, like, super well just yet, but... Welcome back, Pope. What, did you try to watch somebody like it and you were like, ew, no? I mean, it would be a video playthrough, not a stream. So you could easily avoid it. I do think that's part of why I think I would do it as a video instead of streaming. Also, I don't think it's terribly long, which is the other reason why I don't think I would stream it.
Excuse me. I need more, I just have to make more video content right now. And I was like, you know what? Why not? It's a spice of variety, so it might be something that could potentially pull people in that aren't familiar with my content otherwise. 5 to 8 hours long. So it would probably be... like 8 to 12 episodes? Probably. I tend to shoot for 45 minutes for episode length. Which just kind of makes it annoying and tedious to calculate, but... It looks weird. It looks very moist. For better or worse. Mostly worst, if I had to guess. And who knows, I might try it and not like it at all. I think the thing is, and maybe it's not this type of game, but I don't know anything about it, which tells me that I'm at the perfect point to play it. Because I haven't had anything spoiled. I know absolutely nothing about it. In regards to lore, in regards to the puzzles, the events of what's gonna happen, I have no idea, which tells me that, like, if I were to watch anybody play it at all, then I wouldn't want to play it myself, because I'm already gonna know too much. And maybe it's not one of those types of games. Yeah, I don't think it is your type of game either, Volpe. I agree with that. But again, if it's a video playthrough, you can pretty easily avoid it. Do you even watch any of the video stuff I do? I mean, I'll state again, I'm having a lot of fun doing the recorded stuff, so I hope people are checking them out. I'm gonna give Guy a moment to get back in before we start. Assuming that you are coming back in. I think... Maybe not. I was gonna say maybe at the end of the stream we'll try Smash really quick. Mostly just to see how everyone's internet behaves, to see if Scarlet's work internet's any good for it. I don't know if Guy even has an interest in playing it, if I'm being honest. I'm maybe making an assumption there. I think I'm just gonna not worry about it. I had an idea that maybe we should try Smash off stream. It's just like a Discord kind of thing. But that makes it a little bit harder to kind of, like, summon everybody, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and like I said, Volpe, no pressure at all, but I do think your Switch Online ran out was kind of like, oh, I guess we're not playing Smash then. Mostly because, like, I knew that I I knew that you'd probably be here for, like, the whole... if we were to do 6 hours of Smash Brothers, I'm pretty sure you'd be there for, like, all of it. So I knew that that was one player slot that would be consistently filled. I know Theo's shown interest in strong attendance for the multiplayer stuff, so I think that's a third. Scarlett's obviously gonna have to deal with work interruptions might crop up. I don't know how interested Guy is in playing it. No problem, Tom. Leo? Tom Leo? Tom Leo sounds like a Pokemon nickname. When you blend it like that. But yeah, no problem. I understand. It's late. I don't know how long you stream for, so if it was like a 4 to 6 hours kind of ordeal, I'm sure you're drained. Especially depending on what you're doing. But thanks for stopping in. The Pokemon videos? I saw... Greavard? Is that what its name is? That's a pretty top-tier design. I think the new Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet have been, like, knocking it out of the park so far. Where the fuck did he come from? I beg your pardon? There's just a lot of really good ones. I don't think I saw a video about it. I don't remember that. I may have skimmed it, to be honest. Oh, what, like, kind of Blair Witchy? I don't think I did see that. That's gonna be a really interesting playthrough. Just due to, like, the openness nature of it. Like, I don't know which path I'm gonna chase first. I don't know how co-op is gonna work exactly. I definitely want to do nights where we do some raids, but like I guess it's maybe intimidating because I haven't been looking at a lot of the information because I'm like, well, I'm gonna buy it, so I'll just wait and figure it out when we get there. But that makes it that I don't really know what to expect as far as the playthrough goes. I'm not really planning around it, which makes it a little intimidating. I think what we're probably gonna do... I mean, this is what we did for Legends, so this is probably no surprise. We'll probably still have Deep Rock nights on Thursdays once Pokemon comes out. And we'll maybe still have the art streams going. I think everything else is probably going to be canceled, though. Like, we're just going to be playing that at that point, I think. And I mean, the schedule's in a position where that's fine anyway. But, like, multiplayer nights are probably going to be off. I mean, we'll probably do the raid nights in Pokemon, which will kind of be the same kind of thing. I guess the stressful part will be finishing Sonic before then, without feeling like I'm rushing. But I think even when Sonic comes out, I don't think we're going to be doing much other than playing that, so it'll probably be fine. I think I have like a week and a half between those two, maybe a little bit more. Now, the unaccountable part... What else do we have in November? We have a Monster Hunter update in November. So we're also going to have to make time for that. Realistically, that's probably only going to be like one night, though, if I had to guess. We tend to blow through all the new stuff, like, pretty quickly. Wow, that's steel. Jerk.
Wasn't there another update coming in November? This probably isn't until December, if I had to guess. Is Scarlet still here?
So I asked earlier, but I think things were, like, kind of chaotic at the time. About Dauntless. And I asked specifically if Scarlet and Theo had any interest in that game. I think the leading... I think what makes the Smash thing so frustrating for me is I want to do more multiplayer stuff, it's just we don't have a lot of options. And ideally, I'd like to do more co-op stuff, specifically. It's like a very watered-down Monster Hunter, which is a very negative way of putting it, but I also think it gives you a pretty good idea of like what type of game it is. It's like a third-person action game in which 99% of the gameplay is fighting big bosses. And I think it would be neat to give it another shot at some point. Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe we would try one stream of it and it would go horribly. But again, I think it might be one of those games where we're going to have to be like, I'm going to need people to be here. For... Well, maybe not, because we could probably play with just like 2 people and it would probably be fine. Yeah, it's a free-to-play game. It has cross-play. I think it's on everything. I know Riley said he doesn't have any interest in it. I think Volpe kind of had interest in it, like, back when it came out. I think we just had a problem when it first came out where, like, the interface wasn't very good, and it was impossible to know, like... When we hit that moment of, like, okay, so what do we need to do? Like, what quests does everybody have? It wasn't, like, very clear about what anyone needed to do, which made it kind of hard to get into. But I think they've improved that over the years. It's on everything. I seem to recall that the Switch version wasn't great. I would probably play it on my Xbox, personally. But it's an Epic Games majig, so... It's basically on everything. Yeah, Switch is probably a better option than PC. Unless you have, like, a supercomputer, for sure. Yeah, I played it for a bit on PC, I played it for a bit on Switch, and I played it for a bit on PS4, and it has cross-save and everything, so you could even switch if you, like, put it on one and then decided you wanted to do it on another. I think the big difference is compared to Monster Hunter. I think Monster Hunter's more playable solo than Dauntless is. Dauntless is kind of feels like it was made like you should be playing with other people. So I would probably want to be sure that at least one person's gonna be here if we were to try it. And I don't know when we would find time to try it. It's worth clarifying. I think November's pretty booked, so it probably wouldn't be a thing until December, and that's if nothing else comes up once December rolls around. I don't know, like I said, I want more, like, co-op stuff to do. And it's such an unfortunate niche where there's, like, not a lot of stuff. I'm looking for stuff that's free-to-play, multiplayer, and co-op, which is, like, very slim. And a lot of it is, like, I would love to play more Monster Hunter, it's just there's nobody playing it. Not of you guys, that is. There's clearly people playing it. But for whatever reason, I don't get any exposure playing it anymore. Ah, fuck. Unfortunate. Somebody really didn't want me to be in first place. If I, somehow we always wind up talking about behind-the-scenes stuff on nights like this. I know there is only about a week and a half to play Sonic. And I don't really know what to expect as far as how long that game is gonna be. Honestly, once that comes out, I might also drop the art stream the following week just to play more of it. Oh, like storage-wise? I wouldn't worry about it right now. As much as I'm like... There's a part of me that's like, fuck, let's try it tonight, but I don't have it installed either. And then there's just the reality of, I don't know when we're gonna have time in the schedule. I'm just assuming that November is gonna be like 100% Sonic, Pokemon, and like weekly Deep Rock. And there's not gonna be time for like anything else. So it probably won't be until December at least, and I feel like there's a chance I'm gonna completely forget about it by then. So even though it seems urgent when I'm like, hey, would you guys be interested in doing this? I don't think there's any urgency at all. Unless we were to all start playing it off-stream. Just to see, like, how interested we are in playing it. And then pivot to streaming it, which I guess we could do. That might be a safe way of doing it. Even though it feels like I'm giving you guys homework, which is maybe not a great feeling. I think I'll try to reinstall it on my or install it on the Xbox tonight at least. Because then it will be available if I decide, like, okay, it's time. Honestly, like, I feel like that's a pretty good idea of just telling people, like, if you're interested, give it a try when you have time. We'll try to get everybody started, and then if we have interest, like, after, like, a week or two, we're like, yeah, that's pretty fun. That could be fun to try multiplayer. We could even try some, like, smaller multiplayer sessions off stream. And, like, work up to it. But again, I think that feels a little weird, because it feels like I'm giving you guys homework, and I don't know if I love that. So if I keep the art stream... If I keep the art stream after Sonic Frontiers come out, I'll have 4 streams to play that in. If I drop the art stream, I'd have 5. If I also drop that week of Grounded, I'd have 6. What, is there like a free-to-play Jackbox? I mean, Jackbox is a pretty decent idea because, like, only I would have to buy it. No one else has to own it to be able to play it. It is very streamer friendly in that regard. I kind of wasn't even considering that as an option. I don't know, I'm kind of mixed on Jackbox, though. I wouldn't even know, like, which one to get. Like, some Jackbox games seem really awesome, and then others are kind of like, excuse me, Theo? And then other games seem like that doesn't even sound fun. Are you fucking serious? Come on, dude. Not a chance. I did pull back ahead of Morton, though. Why did I deserve that kind of karma? What, because I'm the streamer? Fuck that. I also think, and maybe I shouldn't let this bother me too much, I know that Jackbox attracts a very specific type of viewer. Now, I can very easily circumvent that by just saying regulars only. But even then, I'd have to give everybody the codes on Discord, I guess. I wouldn't be able to show them on stream, because then literally anyone can join. Which isn't necessarily a problem, it just requires everybody to be on Discord. Arctic phone? I don't know what that is. The fuck's a Garctic? Does that stand for something? Drawing, but you get information? What, like Pictionary? Ah, fuck. It's been a while since the sinus phlegm has reared its ugly head. It did get, like, really cold last night, so makes sense, maybe. That shortcut is, like, really pog. So it's Pictionary. They just can't legally call it Pictionary, so they had to call it some. They had to call it a gibberish word. I've always felt like Pictionary, as an artist, is cheating. Even, like, when I was, like, a kid in grade school, whenever someone was, like... That was the one time in grade school when I was, like, popular. When they were like, oh, we're gonna play Pictionary, I want him on my team. Because it's, like, cheating. I could maybe look into it, at least. This track is difficult to autopilot on because it's so flat. Most other courses I can glance because I can still kind of see the silhouette of, like, the course out of the corner of my eye, so I kind of know which way I'm turning for the most part. But, like, I kind of can't do that here because it's just flat. If I glance away, I'm not going to see anything. So this one takes a little bit more focus than most courses do. Morton. It's actually completely beautiful. I knew it. I could feel it. I could feel it. I was like, some motherfucking boo is gonna take my mushroom again, or something's gonna cause me to lose my mushroom here. I could feel it. It was like the spider sense. I felt the tickle in the back of my head. I was like, something's gonna ruin this. Oh, man. Mr. Coconut, thanks for coming along on the raid and hanging out. It was good to have you. Oh, Gardic phone, not Garctic. That's still, like, a nonsense word, but... Oh, it's phone? Okay. I get the telephone part of it now. Because it's that whole, like... When I was a kid, we all always called it, like, pass it down the line. Where you'd start with, like, one saying, and then you'd have to whisper it to the guy next to you, and then they'd whisper it, and then they'd whisper it, and then they whisper it, and you'd be like, by the time it gets to the end, it's like a completely different saying. Which I have also heard it called, like the telephone game. So it doesn't give you, like, pre-created prompts. The other players create the prompts? That's interesting. I don't know where Riley is. He might be back to playing Animal Crossing. I think he's addicted. Didn't I have a banana? Did I get hit with a first shell and then a second one? I was so focused on the turn that I don't think I was paying attention to anything else. I will leave this open and look more into it later. For now, I'm gonna bring chat back up. Shandy, how's it going? Shandy? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. This is a tricky, sensitive subject. Not sensitive. It's just tricky to fully explain what I'm getting at here. A lot of this multiplayer stuff is very dependent on how excited you guys are. Like, when Riley's all pogging up about Mario Kart, and even saying stuff on Discord about, like, yo, we're playing Mario Kart this Friday. That's awesome. Pog, swag. That makes me want to play it more. You know what I mean? That's a good feeling of, like, oh yeah, you guys are excited about this too. And I guess what I'm saying is, like, if you're excited about, like, any of these ideas, don't be afraid to show it. I've talked about this before, about how there's a stigma about, like, don't hurt, like don't nag the streamer about anything, and there is a delicate line between, like, showing your excitement and nagging, for sure. But nagging hasn't really been a thing anymore, so I feel the need to, like, encourage, like, if any of these ideas, if Smash Brothers, if Dauntless, if this Gartic phone idea, like, gets you revved up and you're like, oh hell yeah, that sounds awesome. Don't be afraid to, like, bring it back up, I guess. And say, hey, have you thought about this anymore? Like, do you still want to Are you thinking about doing this? Because that shows me that you have an interest. That was something that pushed the art streams forward, too. Is that a lot of you guys started asking about it. Nah, not a lot of you guys, but a couple of you guys started asking about it, like, semi-frequently, of like, oh yeah, are you gonna do that? That shows me that you're interested and excited in that particular piece of content. And it's a tricky thing... Also, bye, Theo. It's a tricky thing to explain, because I don't want it to come off as, like... How do I want to put it? It's difficult to say, like... Hey, could you guys try and be excited about this? That sounds like a bad way of putting it. You know what I mean? And that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say that if you are... Don't be concerned about showing your excitement coming off the wrong way. Am I making sense? And I've been there too. I've watched streamers where they're like, I don't know what to play tonight. And like there's a couple of things where I'm like, well, you could play this. I liked watching you play that, but like if you say that too often, eventually they're going to be like, okay, yeah, I get it, but the more times, if you keep asking, that just makes me not want to play it. You know what I mean? So there is a delicate line there, but... But, like, Riley showing the excitement in Kart, in Mario Kart. Scarlet and Volpe showing the excitement for Smash Brothers. Like, that's a... That makes an impact in my decision-making process, is kind of what I'm getting at. And even not just with the multiplayer stuff, with stuff in general. Smash in particular is trickier than the other ones, for just different reasons. Which is unfortunate. Yeah, Jackbox is very hit or miss. I think some of the games are really cool, and then other games I'm like, that doesn't seem fun at all. If I'm being honest, there's that one where you, like, make a rap verse. That does not seem fun to me. I'm not, like... I may have creativity when it comes to, like, visuals, but I do not have creativity when it comes to, like, language. So that just seems stressful and not fun to me. But if I'm a poet, I won't note. So, I'm not. I know I'm not. I'm 30 fucking 7. I figured that one out already. I think that's maybe why I like this idea of, like, I should just have you guys try Dauntless on your own time, because that'll get you exposed to the game and give you an idea if it's something you could be excited about or not. Whereas pitching it as a game nobody's played, I played it on stream, I think, once, and it was a long time ago. You have no idea if you should be excited about it or not. And I'm not the type to force excitement. I'm not gonna try and, like, peer pressure you guys into being excited about it, you know what I mean? Overall, I guess, like, my grander point is... Oh, my motherfucker. Is, and this is where it gets, like, sensitive and tricky, because it maybe seems like I'm just trying to, like, guilt it or something, but, like, sometimes when it comes to the content, I like that pat on the back that you guys are excited about something. And it's not that I don't think you're excited, I'm asking you to be excited. I think you are excited about content. You just maybe are afraid of that stigma of, like, I don't want to nag about it too much. Oh god. Which is why I felt the need to bring it up. Because I'm definitely not going to try to be like, could you, like, be more excited about my content even though you're not excited about it? Because, like, that's just bad form, right? That's not good. But I do think there's content that some of you are excited for. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's fully making sense. Yeah, bad form, Peter. What race are we on? I got fucking pee. I just had an apostrophe. I think you mean an epiphany. I haven't watched that movie in a long time. Is it on Disney Plus? Because it should be. Actually, I don't know if it's a Disney movie. Come to think of it. It might not be. Volpe doesn't get it. So he's not awesome. Confirmed. Scarlett said it, not me. I think it might be that weird, like, it's like a Touchstone movie. Which I think Disney owns, but they don't, like, completely own. I don't know. Or it's like the Buena Vista properties or whatever. I don't know. Paramount. So is it on Disney Plus or Paramount Plus? Now I want to ask Twain if he's ever called anyone a paramecium brain in court. Because that would be really funny. Don't mess with me, man. I'm a lawyer. That's what I'm talking about. They don't make movies like that anymore. I don't know if you were here for that rant, Scarlett, but they just don't make movies like that anymore. Stuff like 3 races. Oh yeah, Casper's a really fun movie too. You're not using tilt controls, stop. I'm on to you. Did you watch Werewolf by Night yet, Scarlett? Aw, Casper used to be on Netflix. It's not anymore, though. Sadness. Hook is not on Disney Plus. What a fucking crime. It's a Disney Plus thing. Is it an 80s movie? No, it's a Marvel feature that's done in the style of like old black and white monster movies. It was fun. It was a good time. I liked it. Bum, bum, bum. Shit, I gotta decide on music for November soon. Damn. I could just fall back on the old classic of Woodman. I think I used to Plantman one year too. I guess that's also good. Maybe I'll just fall back on Woodman. That's that banger Mega Man X Dive remix I can use. No, Werewolf by Night just came out, like a couple weeks ago. Oh. Maybe with this newfound night off on Tuesday, maybe I'll watch start the Castlevania Netflix series. Probably won't be able to finish it. I imagine it's pretty long. It's like 3 seasons. You don't have Disney Plus? What the hell? No, it's... So close. It's 4 What the fuck? They're not like... It's not like 4 episodes a season or something like that, though. It's not like a 16-episode season or anything like that, if I remember correctly. Oh, the other seasons get longer. Fuck. I was hoping I could just binge it in one night, but... it's not too long. That's gonna be a commitment, though. So it might have to wait for a little while. Right now, I'm very recording pilled. Just because I've thought of, like, so many different games I could play do episodes of. You are thinking of a different one, Volpe. I'm pretty sure. You know what we should do is another movie night on Discord soon, and we could probably just watch Werewolf by Night there. Then watch, like, Sonic 2 again or something. I'd also like to watch Multiverse of Madness again. When the hell am I gonna have time for that, though? That basically requires taking another night off somewhere. Maybe over the holidays we'll be able to find a good opportunity to do something like that. Who dares? What a shot. Can I be honest with you guys? I've never seen Thriller. You bitch. I don't know why that homed in on Theo, but I'm pretty sure he's the one that hit me with the red shell, so you know what? Not even sorry. Don't even dare. Fuck, I was glancing. What, YouTube Thriller? Is it just, like, on there? Oh, I thought... Why did I think it was an actual movie? I have seen the music video, but it's been a very long time. I thought there was an actual movie about it for some reason. I don't know why, where that fever dream came from. I'm not even sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not sorry. That was a roller coaster of emotions at the end. Moonwalker! I'm thinking of Moonwalker. Thank you, Paul. So I'm not crazy. He did make a movie, okay. There's a version of Oz where he played the Scarecrow? I don't know about that. Yeah, Moon Walkover is also a game. You right. Joe Pesci's the villain in that? What? I recalled that, My Cousin Vinny was a thing the other day, too. Like, that's another just movie that you can file in the they don't make movies like this anymore. Yeah, the two Utes. What the hell is a grit? When I moved back here from Virginia... Actually, it might have been when I was still in Virginia. Now I don't remember. I only had grits for the first time, like, a couple of years ago, and I was like, these are actually pretty good. I think so, but sometimes Pennsylvania gets confused and thinks it's Southern, so... We're like North Southern, I guess. I actually don't know what's in grits, but like I just remember I think I tried them at a Cracker Barrel and I was like, these are really good. Have them with some biscuits, dip the biscuits in there. Some good shit. Yeah, I don't really know how to describe them. It'd be a definite thing that as a kid, if somebody put it on a plate in front of you, you'd be like, ew. It doesn't look good. Let's put it that way. And is it like a... like solely a breakfast thing, or can you do it for like other meals too? I'm not sure. I think it's kind of a breakfast thing though. Two hours. Maybe about an hour. I might call it quits early tonight. My mind is so on recording that I might take the opportunity to end early. If I have it. It'll depend. When we get to hour 5. After this, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're probably going to do another round of 16, which takes about an hour, and then we'll see what happens after that. I mean, I think the schedule says we end between 2 and 3, but it also says we start between 8 and 9. I typically aim for 6 hours. Excuse me. Reminder that there is an exclamation point uptime command, I'm pretty sure. I think it's still there. We're about to find out, because I would almost guarantee that somebody just tried to use it before I even look at chat to find out. It's kind of oatmeal-y, yeah. God, that turn is vicious. I'm not a big fan of oatmeal. I'm not old enough for that yet, I don't think. So Pennsylvania being called Southern isn't off. Yeah, it definitely isn't, but I do think that people here tend to, like, have Southern mannerisms and such. Sigh. Is this our last race? I hope so. I really have to use the bathroom. What? How did that miss? Rigged? Nice try, Theo. Yeah, but I can't because races. Because I was like, hey, let's just do 16 races in a row. What could go wrong? I mean, if we didn't, it would have been 2 sets of 8 in a row, which is the same amount of time, so it doesn't really fucking matter, but... Alright, real quick break. It'll probably be another real quick one, though. Maybe I'll take a little bit longer. Give Theo more of, like, an actual break this time instead of... Okay, we're gonna take a break, and surprise, I'm back! So, hang tight either way, but if you're looking for a break, now is a perfectly fine opportunity to do so. And I will be back in a couple of minutes, and then we'll do another, probably another set of 16. And then see where we stand at the end of that. Sorry about that, I took way longer than I should have. There were snacks in the kitchen, and I was like, you know, I guess that's another reason why I'm thinking I might stop a little early, just because I do be hungry. Alright, I'll wait to see / hear from Theo and Guy before I hit start. Guy's excited. Alright, it's Boogie. I did confirm that. Well, I guess it's not a true confirmation yet, but we're pretty sure it'll be, I'll be off for, I'll be off for Thanksgiving. I'll be streaming Christmas and then off New Year's. Which, assuming the Mario Kart DLC will be out by Christmas, we'll probably just play that on Christmas. Unless I do another art stream. I guess. Because it is on a Sunday. No, I was up the whole time. I wasn't sitting here. If I was sitting here, I would have just came back from break. It's, pretty rare for me to sit back down and be like, no, I'm just gonna sit on break for a couple of minutes, still. Unless I specifically have to get something done. If I'm, like, switching the layout around for some reason or something. Fuck. Something I still would have liked about tournaments is that, you guys could have kept going while I was gone, and then I could have just rejoined. Savage. We've seen the Animal Crossing course enough tonight that I think we've seen every season. And Riley hasn't even been here. I think he was here for one of them. Maybe if I do take... Well, see... I was gonna say, maybe if I do take extra time off for Thanksgiving, like if I take Thursday, Friday, Saturday off, we could do a movie night on one of those nights. But it's tricky doing it then because, like, you guys are gonna have plans too, right? I would assume. So it might be hard for a lot of people to make it. Think about it as we get closer, that's still pretty far away. Trying to think, what do I still have left as far as the art stream goes? as far as the regular's choice. If I could get the regular roulette requests done by then, that would be kind of nice. I don't think that's gonna happen, though. I'm going at a rate of, like, 2 per stream, and I think we'd probably still have, like, 8 to go. Something like that. Not for Thanksgiving. Most of your family sucks. That's fair. I mean, that's why I'm not gonna have other plans, so... They don't suck, they're just tiring. They're a little extra. And I don't like the small talk. Because I've learned it from in the past that, like, I'm gonna show up, oh, how's it going? And I'm gonna be like, good. And then I'm gonna start talking about, like, here's why it's good, and they're, like, already not listening. Almost like they don't even believe me when I say it's good, you know what I mean? So it's like, why even bother having the conversation? Well, that was a thing. Just holiday plans. I was saying about how we could potentially try to do a movie night. If I decide to take extra time at Thanksgiving and take, like, Thursday, Friday, Saturday off, we could try and do a movie night on Discord on one of those nights, but that's tricky because, like, I would assume a lot of you guys are gonna have plans of your own. How does it work exactly? I just screen share them on... If you look on the Discord, there's, like, the channel for Emeralds, and then there's, like, I think I have it labeled Hidden Palace, which is like it's a voice channel, but it's turned off for everybody except for me. So you can join it, but you can't, like, join the voice chat. You can join to listen. So I screen share them in there. We've only done it like 2 or 3 times. Because it's hard to find time to do it, basically. Because the 2 nights I have off are, like, because those are the nights I do HelloFresh cooking. So I'm not, like, sitting here at the computer. I have to basically, like, accidentally have a night off at some point where I don't have other plans. And then I'm just sitting here anyway. Unless I were to boot it up and start a movie playing and then go cook. Which, I don't know, I guess some people might still be into that, but... I'd rather, like, sit and watch the stuff, too, is the thing. Yeah, especially recently, because Saturdays, Eno and I are usually playing Deep Rock. We usually do that, and then I take a break and go cook, and then I come back and we play more Deep Rock. So there's just, like, no space for it on Saturdays, especially. We could maybe do one on Tuesday or Wednesday, then, if I'm taking both of those days off. Because one of those days I'll cook. One of those days will probably be... I'll probably be playing Deep Rock with Eno. And I want to do a bunch of recording, but I can just do that later in the night anyway, so... course, I've already forgotten about the movies we were talking about earlier that I was like, I want to watch those. So, oops. Last time, what was it, Guy? We watched... I think we watched Sonic 1 and 2, and then we watched Deadpool 2, because I had not seen it since, like, the first time I saw it, and I was like, I want to watch that again. It was right when they were added to Disney Plus, I think. I don't think Hook's on anything. At least not anything I own. Oh, right, I said Werewolf by Night. And then probably watch Sonic 2 again, because why not? It's good. I just have to question... Would I want to... So I'm thinking Tuesday. I think Tuesday we'll do movies. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think Tuesday. I just have to decide which night I want to book on. Do I want to get up and cook first and then do movies after on Tuesday, or do I want to get up, cook first, and then play Deep Rock on Wednesday? Nah, fuck. Well... I have no reason to believe so, but I'm gonna blame Theo for everything that just happened anyway. That jump is so hard to make. In the famous words of Chris Pratt. Oh my god. Where's Gamora? I still think that someone with a much better Mario impression should do that. I think that would be really funny. Guardians of the Galaxy, but he's doing a Mario voice for the whole sequence. This Bowser's Castle again? What the fuck? I'd like to watch Detective Pikachu again, too. I think that movie's, like, actually pretty good. But that might give us way too many movies to watch. We could also watch the bad Monster Hunter movie. Which I think I would only do if Riley's there, because, like, he'll get how funny bad it is. I think he'll appreciate it more than most. I think on Tuesday, I'll get up, I'll shower, and then we'll start movies. Around 9 o'clock, around the time of the stream would normally start. Wednesday, I'll get up, cook, and then I'll play Deep Rock. I don't want the movies to start too late, is kind of the thing. Meanwhile, I know that if we start Deep Rock, like, a little late, that Eno's good to go until, like, at least 3 o'clock. So I know that that won't be a oh, we're already out of time kind of situation. You know what I mean? Whereas movies could very easily be, oh, you started at 11 o'clock, but like midnight, I'm kind of tired. You know what I mean? Yes, Detective Pikachu is about Deadpool. That is correct. So yeah, I think I'm gonna lock it in now. So tomorrow I'm just gonna be off. I mean, there's gonna be a first 30 premiere, so check it. Sunday art stream, Monday inscription, Tuesday instead of Castlevania, we're going to do a movie night on Discord. Wednesday I'll be off, Thursday we'll play Grounded, Friday we'll start Symphony of the Night, Saturday I'll be off, Sunday art stream, Monday finish Symphony of the Night, Tuesday Sonic Frontiers. This makes sense to me. Yeah, I'm gonna Kramer it, and I'm just gonna prepare the food while I'm in the shower. Use the same hot water for both things. It's completely disgusting. Completely disgusting. And then movies will be Sonic 2, Detective Pikachu, Werewolf by Night, and Multiverse of Madness. Not necessarily in that order. It'll kind of depend on who is available and what they want to see. Because I know, I know Twain still needs to see Sonic 2. Volpe wants to see Detective Pikachu. Scarlet wants to see Werewolf by Night, I imagine. And I should get Eno to show for Multiverse, because he hasn't seen that yet. I'll have to make sure to make a post in the Discord channel so that... Make sure everyone gets the memo. I wouldn't mind watching Thor Love and Thunder again, but I think I would rather watch Multiverse again first. Did you get the memo? PC load letter, what the fuck does that mean? I just said that in an episode recently, and I don't remember why. I think I was playing something where they, explain... I think it was in Gunfire Reborn. I think they told me about some mechanic, and I was like, I don't know what that means. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? And then I said that it just seamlessly, PC load letter, what the fuck does that mean? Again, they don't make movies like that anymore. Lawrence, what would you do if you had $1 million? 2 chicks at the same time, man. What a dumb fucking movie. That's so, quotable. It's just like Superman 3. I haven't seen that in a long time either. And one of my favorites saw it on TV movies, and it was a completely different movie because of the censorship. The Big Lebowski. Like, you can't forget that. This is what happens when you find a stranger in the Alps, Larry. Never seen The Big Lebowski. It's an experience. It's one of those... I wouldn't say it's like an excellent movie, but it's like... It's one of those movies where you're like, what the fuck am I watching? I don't know if it's on anything. And it's honestly not as funny when it's uncensored, because the censorship is so absurd. It's not going to be on Disney Plus. It might be on Netflix. I should watch the Cuphead show at some point, too. Yeah, it is not on Netflix, so I wouldn't know where to watch it, unfortunately. Honestly, I kind of want to get Paramount Plus at some point, because there's probably a lot of stuff on there that I would be interested in watching. Theo, fuck off. Stop. Is Paramount where all the Harry Potter movies are, or is that HBO? I don't want to get HBO Max or whatever it's called. And I think that's just because I think Game of Thrones is garbage. Which I shouldn't hold against the entire company. Fuck did Guy go? He was right there. You bitch. Damn it. I wasn't even in the center of the road, man. Oh my god. Can't we just be chill? Like, oh my lord. If I'm honest, I don't know what HBO stands for. It has to stand for something, right? Yeah, there is more than Game of Thrones. That's on me. Just fuck that show. Home box office? I guess that makes sense. Slightly interested in Game of Thrones and wondering what it's about. Don't be. It's not worth your time. What's something else that you're interested in watching because you're wondering what it's about? Literally anything else is more worth your time. Game of Thrones is a fucking joke. But realistically, if you have access to it, I mean, give it a shot. Make up your own mind. Don't necessarily listen to me. I think it's a fucking joke, though. Now, part of this is because I used to live with someone who every week had to, like, commandeer the living room and be like, it's time to watch Game of Thrones. So I was kind of, like, forced to watch it against my will. But even then, I tried to take, like, a serious interest in what was going on, and I was like, this show is so fucking stupid. It's all over the place. It's, like, edgy for no fucking reason. And in ways that don't even make sense for the time period. I'm like a medieval soap opera. Worse. Medieval soap opera mixed with Family Guy crudeness. One of the episodes I saw, and this was the breaking point, I literally got up and left the fucking room when I saw this. There's an episode where Peter Dinklage's character was, like, giving, like, a pep talk to an army before a fight or something. And he was supposed to be giving this big, like, Braveheart speech, which was supposed to be, like, very moving and, like, supposed to get you revved up and ready for a fight, right? And then he ends the speech by saying, "Let's go fuck them up their asses." And I was like, I'm fucking done. I got up and left the room. I was like, I'm not watching this anymore. I refuse. It sounds like comedy. That sounds like I'm making that up. There's no way he actually said that, right? That sounds like a bad parody. That's a literal scene. He literally says that. That's not paraphrasing. He word for word says that. And I was like, what is this writing? Huh? Yeah, it sounds like I'm exaggerating. It sounds like I'm paraphrasing it and making it up. It's fucking real. It's... The only thing I liked in that show is there was another... I think it was another episode. Maybe it was the same episode. I don't remember. They had giants, which I thought was kind of cool. I feel like giants are an underutilized species in fantasy. So I thought that was neat. And they weren't, like, as big as a building. They were just, like, you know, like 12 to 15 feet tall. So they were, like, pretty big. But I thought, like, the way they handled them was unique and interesting. But then that was, like, about it. You had me at the Giants, you lost me at let's go fuck them up their asses. How would an actor even be like... How could you read that line unironically? Nothing against Peter Dinklage, but how did he read that script and be like, yeah, this is good? That puts him in the same category as Topher Grace reading the script to Spider-Man 3, reading the line, "Dear God, I want you to kill Peter Parker," and saying, this is fine. This is good writing. It's not quite as bad as that, but it's pretty fucking bad. It's like one of the all-time worst lines in any movie ever. If you watch behind-the-scenes stuff, he's like, oh, I'm such a Venom fan. I was so excited to play this part. I was like, really? You read this script and you were like, yeah, this does Venom justice? I don't believe you. Like, I don't believe you. Yeah, it's a real thing. Kurt has a lot of sex in it. That's just not for you. You don't like raunchy stuff. I don't mind it as long as it's like makes sense. But from what I saw, it was there just to be there. It didn't like further the story or anything. It's a lot of non-consensual, too, I think, which is, like, even worse. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure the books themselves dealt with a lot of that shit. It's just so tasteless. And I'm a firm believer that stuff like sex scenes can be done tastefully. They often aren't. They're often really fucking weird. And in that case, they felt really out of place and like they were there just to be there and look and they're like, oh look at what we did. What was even worse was the copycat shows that were trying to do the exact same thing as Game of Thrones. Because the same person I lived with that watched Game of Thrones tried to watch, like, every single copycat show, and, like, I had to sit through some of those, too, and I was like, these are so bad. This is not entertainment. But to show that even things that I like aren't above that criticism, Eternals has a fucking sex scene in it. That's right, a Marvel movie has a sex scene in it. It is so awkward. It is like one of the most awkward sex scenes I've ever seen in a show. Or in a movie, rather. It is so awkward. It's there just to be there. I'm trying to have a conversation about sex with my viewers. Could you not? With the lightning bolts. Oh, demonetized. Anyway. Yeah, Game of Thrones was just too fucking tasteless to me. It seemed like it was going for shock value a lot of the time. Of like, oh, can you believe we're depicting this? And the worst part about it was that people were like, this is awesome. And I was like, what? Huh? What? You saw a same-sex couple kissing in Lightyear and you lost your goddamn mind? But, like, actual R-word scenes in Game of Thrones has you going, this show is amazing? What the fuck is actually wrong with society? Huh? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I invented the piano key necktie. It's the same look! Anyway. Well, Theo's clearly never seen Zoolander. I now see where this friendship stands. Yeah, I was thoroughly unimpressed by Game of Thrones from what I saw. I want to say I maybe saw like 3 or 4 episodes, though maybe like 50% of those were like in the background and I wasn't paying attention. But enough that I didn't completely ignore it. There are a lot of movies, Volpe. I think that's why I don't really watch a lot of them anymore. There's so much content out there. That episode of that Sakurai did, where he was talking about how like he's usually on his exercise bike when he's playing video games, and he usually has a show on in the background too, because there's just way too much damn content. And he has to get through it somehow, it really spoke to me. That whole episode, I was like, dude. He's a game design genius, and I think he might be a life genius, too. He's really onto something here. It's actually, I was also watching some Northern Lion this morning, and he mentioned something about how did he put it? He basically explained that there's so much content out there, but it's not all great content. And the content that isn't great is perfect for having on in the background, because you don't feel like you're wasting your time, but you're still watching it. And I was like, you know what? You're right. Like, because usually I'll always be like, I'm not going to watch that until I'm going to sit down and watch it, because if I put it on in the background, I'm not going to absorb any of it. But if I put something on in the background that's kind of, like, low tier anyway, then I'm not really missing that much, right? But I'm still catching some of it. Like, true, that's pretty true. I was thinking about rewatching the Austin Powers movies recently. Northern Lion's a big fan of them, and he quotes them all the time. And I was like, you know what? I haven't seen those in a while. And some of his takes puzzle me. Because he says about how Austin Powers 3 is really bad, and I'm like, I don't remember it being really bad. I remember it being, like, not bad. I wouldn't say it was good, but I wouldn't say it was terrible either. But then again, I was a kid in high school, and like most kids in high school at that point in time, in what year was it, like 2002? Really all you had to do was say that Beyonce was in it, and it was like, oh, okay, I'll watch it. Like, it's... We were simple kids. Either that or Jessica Alba. And you were like, okay, I'll watch it. God, Peacock's a fucking thing, too. There's too many streaming services. I love how people complained that, like, there was, like, a streaming service monopoly, and now that there's so many, everyone's like, why are there so many fucking streaming services? It's like, well, you fucking asked for this! Shut up! Stars like the movie network, or stars like Stars? I have to ask because of the way it was in all caps. That made it look like the latter of the two. Son of a bitch. But yes, I actually had Stars for a while. I'm realizing now, looking back, maybe like 10 years ago, that this aforementioned Game of Thrones fanatic that had terrible taste, kind of spoiled himself, and therefore spoiled all of us. Because we had HBO, we had Stars, we had Encore, we had all sorts of shit. And I look back now, and I'm like, I'd watch movies every now and then, but it was still a pretty rare thing. The only thing I really watched is I watched Conan every night. That was, like, it. And I look back and I'm like, how much money was he spending on that shit? That had to have been irresponsible. Like, who needs that many movie networks? Because now I'm like, I'd never spend that much money, especially with streaming services now, so I guess it's a little bit different, but... Okay, who's the fucking ass? What is going on? Wow, they were way behind me. Okay, never mind. They didn't even know what they were shooting at. Let's talk about sex scenes some more. No, I'm kidding. I guess the thing is, I'm pressing the wrong button. That's a good way to lose. I guess the thing with what Scarlett said is, like, you said specifically that the raunchiness doesn't bother you. Or it does bother you, and that's what you don't like. And that's the thing, like, you can do it without being raunchy. And not even just sex scenes are raunchy, and that's what Game of Thrones is fucking raunchy. And that's why I didn't like it. I think that's a good word to describe it. It was raunchy. And for just no reason. Anyway. Fuck that show. It's bad. I liked when they hit, like, Season 7, and everyone was like, oh, this show's bad. And I was like, no shit! How they managed to pull the wool over your eyes for this many seasons is fucking beyond me. I think it was actually, like, Season 5, but you get what I mean. It went on way longer than it should have. People should have realized way earlier that it wasn't good. I saw, like, 3 episodes, and I was like, this was bad. Ever put movies or shows on mute and make up your own silly voices for the characters? I hate to disappoint you, because I think I know what you want the answer to be, but no, I did not do that. I remember being able to, like, recite some movies, like, word for word, because I watched them so many times. Which is, like... As a kid, that was probably really annoying to, like, everyone around me. But now I kind of am like, I wish I could remember quotes from movies better. Like that. I'm going to... This sounds really rude. I don't mean it to be rude, I mean it to be part of the punchline for sure. And I think Theo will laugh at it too. But I just want to preface that I'm not trying to be rude. I'm gonna stop reading that movie synopsis, Theo, because that sounds idiotic. And that's not your fault. I was like, no breaks about to say, I'm gonna not read the rest of that, Theo, because that sounds stupid. And I was like, that sounds like I'm calling him out. Hold on. Let's rework this. Let's workshop this a little bit more before I say it. And now he's probably, like, running off. I'm gonna hit him with this because it's gonna be funny. He's not gonna know what it is. Except the lightning bolt hit, so it kind of didn't have the right effect. But I was booed, so, you know, that's nice. The real question burning on my mind tonight is, like, when's Scarlett's job gonna, like, calm down enough that she can join us and race for a couple races? What a steal with that boo. Not bad. I forgot how awful that emote is. God, do you remember when they debuted those new emotes, and I was like, why is that emote's eyes melting out of its skull? Oh, it's supposed to be crying. That's horrifying. I grew numb to it for a couple of months there, but now I'm just having another moment of, that's horrifying. That's just not good. Making emotes is hard as hell. Don't get me wrong. It's very difficult. But that one's not it. That's for sure. I thought I got rid of No You Didn't. I thought I got rid of that for Jam. Or did I get rid of Sweet Tail instead? I think I got rid of Sweet Tail because I realized it was, like, not one that we used very often. Because we don't even get tail cuts in Monster Hunter much anymore. Yeah, it says no you didn't. That's why I was gonna get rid of it, because I was like, it's not, like, terribly readable. Readable? Did I just say readable? Is that a word? That doesn't sound like a word. Readable? That's not eligible. No, because that would refer to, like, handwriting. Grammar's weird. And kind of stupid, if I'm being honest. Not Redditable. Don't get me fucking started on Reddit. There's no punchline to this. I don't know anything about Reddit. I know other people talk down about it. That's about all I know. It was stupid, and you remember it for that. They still make stupid movies, that's for sure. I feel like the kind of movie we were talking about, like these, they don't make movies like this anymore, are like exclusively like Netflix movies now. Like they're designed for streaming services with lower budgets. Which is like not terrible. They don't really need a strong budget for a movie like that, I don't think. You got me thinking about, like, what dumb movies have I seen through the years? Sharknado was pretty fucking dumb. The only reason it was even remotely entertaining was because the context in which we watched it was very much like, a friend came over and we were like, we don't have anything to do tonight. Like, what should we do? Hey, let's watch Sharknado and laugh at how bad it is. And we did, and it was fun. I was, like, 90% sure that was gonna hit me. Probably more. Has anyone ever gone to the movies and walked out? Like, the movie was so bad that you've walked out? I did it once. And you probably wouldn't guess what the movie was, and I don't immediately remember what it was called either. And once I explain it further, you're gonna understand why. I did not watch The Ridiculous Six. There's a lot of Netflix stuff that I haven't watched. I guess I need to, like, further that question and say, what movie was it that you walked out on? Not counting any situation where you may have been a small child and something in the movie scared you and your parents had to, like, take you outside. Not counting that. I'd never had that happen, but... The first movie I ever saw in theaters was The Lion King. Just gonna put that out there. Obviously the first one, not the weird live-action remake. Just in case anyone was curious about that. Johnny Depp movie where he's of Empire. I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't know the name of the movie either. It was when I was in high school. And Scarlett's gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. Theo's probably gonna know what I'm talking about, too. Do you remember in the years, like, 2002 through 2004, every other movie was Baldy McMuscle Man lost in Iraq? Like, that was, like, the American power fantasy, where they were like, we gotta make movies about a military man in a terrorist country. It was one of those movies. I don't remember which one it was. But I was like, even as a child, in the first, like, couple of minutes, I was like, this is really bad. And I wasn't a child, I was in high school, but... You know what I mean, right? Like, after 9/11, every single movie had to be, like, American soldier being a fucking Lone Star hero in Afghanistan or Iraq. There were so many of them. Maybe some of them were good. I don't know. The one I went to see was not good. I think I was, like, under 10 minutes in, and I was like, this is really bad. And everyone else was in it. There was, like, half a dozen of us there. Maybe, like, 8 of us. And we were all like, let's leave. This is bad. I think there was one person who was like, I'm into this, and he stayed. The rest of us were like, this is terrible. And as I said, there were so many of those movies made, you couldn't possibly guess which one it is, because you couldn't tell them apart. They were all the same movie. I guess, like, I understand why there are people now who are like, why does it feel like every movie is a Marvel movie? I guess I could understand that, because it was the same thing then. At least I feel like this is overall a better movie trope than guy in military lost in not America country. You haven't been in a cinema since forever? Probably since before the pandemic, if I had to guess. It's unreal to think that for, like, a year, like a full year, I legitimately thought that Sonic the Hedgehog was going to be the last movie I'd ever see in a movie theater. Like, I was fairly confident that movie theaters were going to be a thing of the past after the pandemic. I thought they were just going to not exist anymore. And then almost the first movie I saw in theaters after the pandemic was almost Sonic 2. Technically went to see Spider-Man No Way Home first, though. And then Sonic was after that. It's really sad, because after Sonic, I wanted to go see Onward. And then that's when the pandemic was like, BAM! And I was like, oh shit, I guess we can't go see that. Fortunately, they put it on streaming pretty quick. It's kind of sad. I feel like that might be one of Pixar's, like, most underrated movies. It's really good, and I think a lot of people skipped it because it wasn't in theaters. Or it was, but, like, you couldn't see it. Like, that was when the pandemic exploded. Hey, Looney. This is the last movie you saw before the shutdown, too. It is good to see you, but I'm also sorry to see you because you are up really late, and that can't be for a good reason. So I'm sorry to see that. What have you been playing lately? I feel like that's always a promising conversation. I feel like we're always... We're cut from the same cloth on that, where we're always finding something new and exciting to play. Either that or you're just playing Tetris 99, which I guess is also cool. Don't get me wrong. Wow. Riley's back. OO? Can I get an OO? I think we're going for another hour if Riley's back, by the way. Nope. Oh, whoa! There it is. First movie you saw in theaters was Snow White, really? I remember that was like the holy grail when I was a kid. Because I so quickly took to Walt Disney as like a childhood hero, and I was like, oh, that's like the first movie. But like, when the hell am I going to get to see it? I had to wait for it to come out on VHS, like as a re-release. Or a first release? Because I guess it was probably never released before then. In like early 90s, probably? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lion King was the first movie I went to see. And then I think Toy Story was shortly after that. I might be wrong, though. It has obviously been a long time. I'm old, just to remind you. You've only been to the movies 3 times? That's unfortunate. It sucks. Movies are expensive, which sucks. But it's an experience. There is a certain feel to like sitting down in a movie theater and watching a movie. It's pretty cool. Which Marvel movie, Theo? Because are you like super into the Marvel stuff? You probably that's probably only one of a couple you've seen, if I had to guess. At least you don't mention it very often, and I mention it all the fucking time because I'm a nerd. Last movie you saw before the pandemic was maybe Jungle Book and Star Wars Episode 7. Jungle Book is pretty good. That is like definitely the unsung hero of the Disney live action remakes. That's a pretty solid movie, I think. Oh, you went to bed early, so you're up already? That is even more unfortunate. Isn't it like your on-call night or something like that? Is that still a thing? By the way, Looney, Scarlet Looney, you both work in... you don't work in a hospital, do you, Looney? You have like a... What do they call it? Family practice? You don't have a family practice. You work in a family practice? Do you have a family practice? I don't know. Now I'm not sure. Scarlet works in a hospital. She's an x-ray technician. She's the one that shows you the picture that shows you how to save their lives, I think. Oversimplifying it, perhaps. Medical diagnostic photographer. I like X-ray technician. That sounds pretty cool. Very, very sci-fi. Oh, but you didn't see those in theaters, Volpe? So you're lying. Okay. Looking for a baseball game as good as Ken Griffey Jr. on SNES for the Switch, but you haven't found it yet. Do you do Game Pass. I know Super Mega Baseball 3 is on there. I've been meaning to try that out, just haven't made the time for it. I think internet celebrity Brad Pritchard would sing its praises. No, I think I saw all 3 of the first Jurassic Parks on home video when they came out. I feel like I didn't go to the theater terribly often as a kid. Outside of Lion King and Toy Story, I can't remember many others. I could maybe ask my mom at some point. She might remember. I think there was a big period of time where I didn't go to the theaters for anything, and then I think once I started getting into the Marvel movies, that's when I was like, I started going to the theaters more. So there was probably like a 10-year gap where I didn't really go to theaters. I mean, because no town you've lived in has had a movie theater. There's always been a town away. That's the way it was in Virginia. There was, where I lived in Virginia, let me clarify. I shouldn't act like I saw the entire state by living in one city. There actually was a movie theater in walking distance, but it was a very small town theater that only had one theater, and therefore only was showing, like, one movie a week. I kind of regret not going to that, like, more often. That would have been my opportunity to have, like, a lot of theater going, I think. I think I only went to that theater, like, 3 times, maybe? 2 or 3 times? We usually had to go to the one that was out of town, that was, like, 45 minutes away. And even the one here is, like, 30 minutes away, so it's... That's why I've been kind of drawing the line on a lot of the Marvel movies lately, where I've been like, Thor, Love and Thunder? Nah, I can wait. Wakanda Forever? Nah, I can wait. I'm not that eager to see it. I think the next one I'll probably want to go see is Ant-Man and the Wasp. Quantum Mania. What the fuck? I was glancing. What race are we on? Just fuck me up the ass like a Game of Thrones character, I guess. Oh, Super Mega Baseball's come up a lot. I just asked Brad the other day, and he said it's pretty easy to get into. Because I was worried about that too, since it's like obviously the 3rd game. I was like, is this gonna be like an ordeal? Like, am I gonna not know what the hell I'm doing? Alright, there's 2 things I wanted to do, and I already forgot what one of them was. Son of a bitch. One was I wanted to say something on... Sorry, Hidden Palace is the chat channel for Emeralds. Emerald Chamber, which I just accidentally joined, is the screen sharing section. I wanted to drop a message in there about...
a movie night, so that everybody knows. And if any of you are members and do not have access, either connect your Discord and your YouTube accounts and it'll do it automatically, or just tell me and I'll give you access. I think most of you have access, though. It should be fine. And that'll be what, the 1st? What else was I gonna do? There was something else I was gonna do before we jumped into another set of races. Oh, I want to look at the bot. I want to see what the what's our monthly watch time look like? Because we're getting close to the end of the month. Is that just top monthly? No, that's not active. Never mind. I don't think I could ever get that one to work correctly. I'll just have to look manually. Hold on. Volpe, Scarlet, and Theo. Theo and Riley are tied. No pressure. You are neck and neck. I was literally just looking, and you both had 29 hours. It both ticked up to 29:15 at the exact same time. So you are neck and neck. Whichever one of you comes out on top is going on that roulette wheel. No pressure, but also all the pressure. Guy is behind by 7 hours, it looks like. You could catch up. Pensive Scarlet's behind by 8 hours. You could also catch up. I'm amazed that Scarlet's in second, considering she was gone for 2 weeks. What are you guys doing? Okay, anyway. Onward. Let's do 12. We have about 45 minutes left. 16 might be about 45 minutes, but I'd rather stop early if I can, so... Oh, it was Age of Ultron that you saw in theaters? That's not the best one to see in theaters. You're in first, Volpe. By a long shot, I don't think anyone's gonna overthrow you on that one. Not in, like, a couple of days. Is that the only Marvel movie you've seen, Theo? Or is that just the only one you've seen in theaters? I like Age of Ultron a lot. I just think the finale is butts. The finale is just a goddamn mess. I think otherwise, I think it's a good movie. Underrated, really. A lot of people really don't like it. And I think it's because of the finale, because it ends on a really bad note. It's just... it's such a goddamn mess. I could see why that wouldn't necessarily encourage you to watch more of the movies, though. Let's put it that way. Did you even understand what the hell was going on without watching any of the other movies? You said Riley's probably gonna get the spot, but it's more than just tonight. There's Sunday and Monday still.
So the race is on. Well, there's nothing bug-like about Spider-Man, really. I could see why that wouldn't trigger the same problems. Do 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 do. That turn is surprisingly tight. I have no idea what you two are talking about, by the way. That's not a note to stop. Go for it. I love it. I just wish I had more to comment on. And yet, but like with what Scarlett said about people just want immediate care, they don't want preventative care. Honestly, like I'm sad to say, I kind of fell into that rut over the last like 10 years. Where I'm just like, I haven't had a checkup in forever. Which I should probably change. Weren't you in that last race, Theo? were you holding a conversation the whole time we were in that race? Am I crazy? Yeah, I legitimately... I'm sorry, Looney, you're gonna, like, hate hearing this. I don't think I've had, like, a physical since before college. I think there was, like, a required physical before college. And I don't think I've only been to, like, urgent care since then. And only twice, and neither time was, like, anything super serious. Oh, that was an AI? Didn't it still have your name on it? I think it removes the name after... I don't know. That's weird. Oh, there's probably a lot of shit that I'm out of date on. I was really out of date on Eye Doctor there for a while too, but I took care of that last year. Should have this year, but it just didn't line up. Part of it is the schedule, like... I basically have to go in, like, first thing in the morning, because, like, by the time I'm awake, everything's closed. So that was for the longest time why I was like, I'm just not gonna bother unless something's seriously wrong, because it's just too inconvenient. What a turn. So we still got Guy and Riley in here. Scarlett, you're still welcome to join whenever you want. Traumatic crying emoji face. I'd say you're welcome to join, Looney, but you're probably busy, right? We won't be going too much longer, so if you would be worried about, like, getting swept up and playing for 3 hours, it's literally like the rest of these races, and then I gotta call it quits myself. Ideally, maybe by, like, the start of the new year, I would like to start streaming up at 8 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock again, and then we would have ended at 2 instead of ending at 3, so that will make it easier for you to be here for the whole thing, I think. I've been making good progress with slowly turning my alarm back by, like, 10 minutes a week. Today was just, I was running behind because I had to, like, get up and get the HelloFresh box and get that unpacked and everything, and I kind of forgot about that until I woke up, so... I know you're busy, though. It's no problem. It's great to have you when you do. I'm glad that you still find time to stop in at all. I think there are definitely other viewers that might have been in similar circumstances that just don't show up at all anymore. And I definitely don't hold it against anyone for being busy. We're all busy. I get it. You think I watch any other streams anymore? No. Not at all. Yeah, I had heard some stories about how, like, people being forced to stay in kind of, like, made them realize that they have, like, some mental health issues that they need to get addressed. I guess just locking yourself up all day like I do for, like, 2 years straight isn't for everybody. A part of me, like, laughed when the pandemic started, and after, like, 2 weeks, people were like, I'm going stir-crazy. And I'm like, motherfucker, I haven't left the house in, like, several months, because I haven't needed to. Like, it's not that big of a deal, but I guess it's just not for everybody. I think, since the pandemic started, I think I've left the house 3 times. Well, like, left, as in, like, got in the car and went somewhere. Which was once for that eye doctor appointment, once to go see Spider-Man, and once to go see Sonic 2. No, I went to see Multiverse, too, so 4 times. Yeah, I also went to see Multiverse and Madness, I forgot about that. And, like... don't bother me. Like, I go out, like, just to, you know, do, like, not literal haven't left the house, but they're still, like, checking the mail and stuff like that. I would probably would have started taking walks again if it weren't for, like, that whole bear issue. Which, it's getting cold enough now that bears are probably not, they're probably all hibernating, but... No, the roommates handled the groceries. Roommates? Roommate. There's one of them. Unless you count Nala. You in the closet? Probably. Yeah, the roommate works across from a grocery store that's open 24 hours, so they just stop on their way out of work. And then HelloFresh helped a lot, because now it's just, it kind of gets delivered. I locked it down pretty hard when the pandemic started, because I was already like, I don't go out much. If staying in means I'm helping the spread even to like 0.001%, like, I'll take it. It's a sacrifice I can easily make. If it helps even a little, then so be it. And I think when I went to the eye doctor last year, I think that was the first I had been out. Which was about 1.5 years since the pandemic started. And it wasn't all that cracked up to be. The whole time I was like, I want to go home. But a lot of it was just the inconvenience. The earliest appointment they had was like 8 o'clock. So I was like already a little tired. In God mode for social distancing. And yet, last October, I think I still got it. I got, like, super duper sick last October. And at the time, I thought it was just a really bad sinus infection. But then, I don't remember what tipped me off. Eventually, I was like, you know what? I bet I got COVID. I think the roommate got it. And they're vaccinated, so it didn't hit them at all. It, like, bounced off and they were sick for, like, a day. I think I got it from them, because then a couple days after they were sick, I got super sick for like 1.5 weeks. With one of the weirdest illnesses I've ever had. It was like, every 12 hours, I got another 24-hour symptom. Does that make sense? So it started with just like, oh, my sinuses are draining. Like, down my throat, and it feels awful. And then 12 hours later, I started to get, like, chills. And then 12 hours later, my sinuses stopped draining, but then my chest started to hurt. And then 12 hours later, I lost the chills, but then something else happened. So it was a revolving door of symptoms. It was really weird. And again, I just thought it was a really bad sinus infection. I mean, I quarantined. I didn't go anywhere after that, so... Even my haircut, I guess I leave for my haircut too, but even that's a neighbor, so I just walk there. So I almost don't count haircuts. I was lucky that it fell between haircuts in a point, so I was like, I'll just stay inside, just play it safe. Wow, and you haven't caught it. I imagine you test for it, like, on a weekly basis, too, right? So it's not even a, you got it, but you were asymptomatic. It might not have been it. It might have just been a flu. It was around that time of the year, but... I think what keeps sticking out to me is it didn't affect my sense of smell or taste at all. So it may not have been COVID. Or maybe I just didn't get that symptom. I don't know. From what I've heard about COVID, it's very much different from person to person, so it's possible. I was on my ass for like 2 weeks. Said as if I don't spend my entire life on my ass in front of a computer, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I was basically in bed for like 2 weeks, like 1.5 weeks. There's no traffic at all. I remember hearing about that. from the roommate, yeah, about how traffic was better. I don't remember what the other symptoms are, so I can't really, like, completely say, like, here's what all of my symptoms were. Again, I didn't think anything of it at the time. I tend to get a really bad sinus infection, knock wood, every year to every 2 years. Around October. I haven't this year, which is why I say knock wood. I had some really bad sinuses, like... When was that when I was complaining about my teeth throbbing? Does anyone remember that? That's like... That was probably a sinus... Well, I know it wasn't a tooth problem, because it stopped. Let me put it that way. But it was a pretty light one, all things considered. But I tend to get one around this season every year anyway, so that's why I was just like, oh, it's my yearly sinus infection. It's not a big deal. Oh, I guess what tipped me off was the fact that my roommate had the same thing, like, 3 days prior, and sinus infections are not contagious. I guess that's what tipped me off, is I was like, oh yeah, they said everyone at work was sick, they got sick, and then I got sick. And the fact that they only were out of it for, like, a day, and they're vaccinated, kind of told me that that's maybe what it was. Would have been nice to have a couple seconds earlier. Still a good steal. Still a good steal. How far do you have to commute, Scarlet? An hour? Ugh. Well, okay, I guess it depends on how you feel about commuting. I've only known one person that, it was actually the Game of Thrones head I mentioned earlier, that commuted an hour and a half to work and absolutely fucking hated it. But despite their complaining about it, they never, like, tried to look for another job or anything, which tells me they didn't hate it, they just like to complain. But anyway, if you like driving, then it's maybe not that bad. Oh, so you used to commute a lot more. So this is probably an upgrade. At least it's consistent. Yeah, just wherever they needed you. Yeah, I imagine the money was pretty good. Did they move you, or did you just decide that you didn't want to do it anymore? Like, was it just one day where they were like, okay, we're just gonna move you to this one facility instead, or was that a choice you made? It's completely different, but kind of similar. My mom used to work in banking for a while, and she did, they called it floating tellers, where every day she'd report to one place and they'd say, here's the bank you're working at today. And she actually really liked it. Oh god, I'm glancing. So it was like, kind of both. I mean, on one hand, you could probably get back into it if the opportunity arose. You wouldn't have all these free hours to sit and watch streams, though, and play video games. Shit. Why would it hit the green? Okay. This is fine. You do like having the downtime. Yeah, it sounds like you had 2 bursts today of a lot of shit happening, and then it hasn't been like anything since then. And you said you're off for a week? Like after tonight? Or after this weekend? How did you manage that? You just took a vacation for like 2 weeks, and now you have another week off? You've been back to work for like 3 days. Oh, because you have a series of 12-hour shifts. That makes sense. Oh, you also just have paid time off that needs to be used before the end of the year, I assume. It was cringe when you hear superhero in reference to healthcare. Why? I mean, like Paul said it earlier, and I agree. I do think you guys are heroes. Maybe superhero is like glamorizing it a little bit too much, is maybe what you don't like. Thing is, you're just doing your jobs. Yeah, but you're choosing to do your job. You made a choice to pick a job that helps people and saves lives, and I think that still means a lot. You could have just been like, I guess I'm just gonna work at Target. Like, you know what I mean? Nothing against people that work at Target. I guess you're still helping people in a roundabout way, but I think, honestly, and maybe this isn't true, I'm just self-reflecting. I think when people say, when they say that you're a hero, I think what they're basically saying is like, I couldn't do that, and you're a better person than I am. I think is kind of what they're saying. Does that make sense? Because that's maybe, like, the way I look at it. Like, I don't think I could do a job like that. I don't think I have it in me. Instead, I was like, what if I just play video games and act like an idiot? For 6 hours a night? I don't even put in a 40-hour shift. It's a significantly easier job, and yet I work less hours. Like, what the hell? Like, I'm no hero, that's for sure. I guess I see your perspective, though. Because realistically, a lot of people would probably say that even what I do is helping people. Because it's more or less entertainment, right? And people need entertainment. If you ever play any city builder, that's usually one of the demands of your city, is they're like, we need things to do. Give us a goddamn park. And you're like, motherfucker, you already have 3 parks. What do you need another goddamn park for? But it's a demand, so I guess it's still a thing. I don't know, I guess another way I look at it is I think if you were to chase a career like that, I think there's 2 different types of people that chase careers like that. People who do it for the money, and people that do it because they want to help people. And I tend to assume that most people are the latter. They do it because they want to help people. Therefore, if you work in a field like that, I'm going to assume that you did it because you wanted to help people, which I think is admirable. Maybe hero is overstating it, sure, but I think a lot of people... Overstating is easy. Let me put it that way. It's easy to say you're a hero. It's easier to say that than it is to, like, put it into more words, I guess. I'm wording bad, but I think I'm getting my point across. This fucking Luigi, dude, he's going hard. So you feel like hero would maybe be more accurate if you were doing it selflessly, I guess. But even then, like, you got into it. When you were a kid, and this is making a lot of assumptions, when you were a kid and you went, I want to be a doctor someday, as kids, we don't think, I want to be a doctor because I want to make a lot of money. I would assume. Some kids probably do. So sure, it eventually became about the money, but everything becomes about the money, because society wills it. That's just kind of the way the world works. That's the unfortunate thing with streaming, too, with any job. Is, like, I got into streaming because I just wanted to do it. Is it now at a point where it's, like, kind of about the money some days? Yeah, and I hate that. Because it takes the focus off of the fact that I chose to do it because I wanted to do it. It leads to a lot of days where I'm thinking about the viewership and I'm thinking about the money, and YouTube paid me this month, by the way, so that felt good. Just in case you want the positive side of it for a second. I long for the days where I would get up and be like, what game do I feel like playing tonight? Yeah, I'm gonna stream Sonic Mania. Fuck it. It was just fun. I didn't think so much about the content, I guess. But to a point, I like thinking about the content too, so I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's inevitable that anything is going to become about the money eventually, which is just the unfortunate way of life. Unless you make so much money that everything's just accounted for and then you don't have to worry about it, which is like, damn, that's the fucking dream, isn't it? Very next question for 3 separate kids was, how much money do you have? Yikes. Okay, so maybe a lot of kids actually think that way. And if I had to guess, the answer was probably not as much as you think, right? Because I think people assume if you're in a position like that you probably make a lot of money. What they don't realize is that you probably have a lot of bills and loans and shit like that need to be paid off. So it's all kind of perspective. I talked to someone a couple of weeks ago. Wouldn't say that they were a friend, but it was like an acquaintance. It was just someone on Discord. And they were like kind of complaining about their job. And they were comparing it. Was it an older job they had, or was it... They made a fuckload of money. I wound up doing the math and finding out that they make like $70 an hour. And I was like, what the fuck? And they were like, that's not a lot of money because of the bills and all the loans and everything I have to pay off. It's all about perspective. Like, that sounds like a lot, but it isn't because of what I had to pay to get here. And I was like, yeah, I guess that makes sense. If a grown-up were to ask that. Yeah. I think I've asked people before, whenever someone seems unhappy with their job, that's usually... It's not the first question I ask, but it's one of the questions I'll inevitably ask. Because I think there's, like, a balance with work. There's, do you enjoy what you do? Do you enjoy the people you work with? How much do you get paid? What kind of benefits do you have? Like, there's a lot of different factors there. And even then, like, sometimes I'll be like, if you don't want to say how much you make, that's completely fine. I understand that. Especially in, like, a public forum. Because, again, you might be like, I make, like, $40 an hour, and someone might be like, holy shit, that's a lot of fucking money. But, is it? Sorry, all this health talk, my back's been bothering me lately. I think it's because I started drawing again. So I'm kind of trying to get in like a mini stretch and work the hunching off and all that such. I need to do some exercise biking tonight. I skipped it the last couple nights for a multitude of reasons. Sounds like I need an x-ray. No, I just need to stop being a lazy ass. That's, like, the big problem with the whole, like, not leaving the house in, like, 2 years. Because of, like, super social distancing. Is that I'm, like, way less active. I put on a lot of weight since the pandemic started, and I spend pretty much my entire waking day sitting in front of a computer. So that's been the downside. What? This game sometimes. Your dad makes 40 an hour. That's Canadian dollars. That's not real dollars. I'm sorry. Oh. That's even in USD. That's quite good. That's pretty solid. He's like in like. Not construction, but it's like landscaping? Is that what he does? Something like that? And yeah, you make pretty good money doing that. It's like very hard work though. Actually, I don't know what the conversion rate is anymore. Maybe that's... I might be off on that one, but I still think in USD that's still pretty good. Honestly, this is very random, but there's so many things firing through my head at any given time. If I open up commissions again, I should probably raise prices again. Because I used to... The last time I, like, really looked at prices and, like, revamped them, I think I tried to balance it out that it would be about $10 an hour, but that was, like a decade ago. I should probably raise those a little bit. So welder? I was way off. Why did I think it was like construction? I vaguely remember you like weren't you like taking painting jobs with him at one point or something? Am I crazy? Anyway, yeah, I think by today's prices, I think I'm maybe underselling myself at $10 an hour on commissions. I might need to reevaluate that a little bit. Here's a question that I've been on a similar note that I've been thinking about lately. I was thinking about making... This would probably be a member deal. I don't know, maybe be open to regulars too. I had an idea that for the art montages, if like... Since I dialed them back to just being sketches, I thought about having like a commission discount of you. If you get like a request and you're like, I'd like to see this finished, you could basically commission me to do that, but it would be like at a much lower cost. Like I'd add a pretty hefty discount on there, I think. I haven't started thinking about the actual prices, but I guess I want to know if anyone would actually be interested in something like that before I go to that trouble. Maybe hard to tell, because I haven't been doing the art streams that long so far, but I figured, what the fuck, let's throw it out there. These nights always wind up being like these behind-the-scenes commentary kind of nights, so... I hate that turn. Oh, so he has like a side business on the side or something? I'm actually shocked that he doesn't make more as a welder. They make a lot of fucking money. I mean, that is a lot of fucking money, though, I guess. Maybe. Yeah, I could make more just working fast food, that's for sure. And like 10 years ago, I think it was like a supply and demand thing. I couldn't put the prices up higher because my work wasn't that in demand. People wouldn't pay for it. But I think I have raised prices a couple times since then, so I'd have to actually, like, do the math. It's a thought process for another night, I think. What do you mean have it finished? Like, add, like... You know, like, the GDQ and, like, the Mega Man montage I did? I mean, like, adding, like, full, like, inked lines and full color and everything. In some cases, maybe adding, like, further detail. That sweet steel. Because I kind of simplify things for the sake of those sketches, just because I don't want them to take forever. If I would have, like, take May, for example, if I would have made that the size of what I would normally do for commission and all, like, the full detail and everything, that probably would have taken multiple streams. Just because of all the detail. Oh, Riley was sandbagging? Look at these excuses. But yeah, it was something I was thinking about. Because I have to assume, and maybe this is me selling myself not short, long? That doesn't really make sense. That's not a saying. I have to assume that since I decided to dial it back and have them only be sketches, that someone has to have been, like, disappointed that they're not, like, fully completed, right? I feel like that's gotta be a thing where someone was like, oh, I thought these were gonna be, like, full. But really, if they were all full, it would take twice as long. I probably would have already finished, like, 3 of them by now. As opposed to, I think I did, like, 7 or something like that so far. And yeah, I think it would basically be an emerald discount commission kind of thing. Basically taking the price of the sketch out, so it'd probably be like a $30 or $40 discount if I had to guess. You little bastard. Yeah, to a point. It was mostly something I did for the sake of time, because I knew it was going to take way too long if I finished them all. Really? Really? As much as I want to do some recording stuff, I think I should definitely jump on the exercise bike as soon as we're done here tonight. I'll probably try and do some recording after that. I don't know what I'm gonna do for dinner. That's the thing I'm gonna have to figure out. I'm gonna tease you with this one, Scarlet, and anyone else who just likes food, honestly. One of the HelloFresh meal I'm making tomorrow is bacon jalapeno mac and cheese. I opened up the box to unpack everything today, and there's like 4 kinds of cheese in there. Actually, I think 5. There's a lot of cheese. Oh man, I was hoping there'd be one more race. I guess we are done, though. I didn't realize that was our last one. And then I think the other meal I have it's some sort of curry. It's actually vegan, which I did not realize, so I mean, that's fine. It's just... that would be interesting to try. I don't think I'm going to make that till next week, though. I've thought about bringing the bike over during the stream. The problem with that is that I'd be off camera. I'd have to move the camera every time, too.
Bless you, kitty. I set it up here. I guess that wouldn't be that bad. No, I'm off camera. I'm absolutely off camera. That's not gonna work. Yeah, I'd have to move the camera every time, which I'm just not about. Yeah, I've thought about it. It was an idea when I was... a couple months ago, when I was giving Twitch a shot. It was an idea for a channel point redemption on Twitch. That would be like, spend some points and I have to spend like the next 30 minutes on the bike while playing or something. You're welcome to do so, Looney. It's almost exclusively on Fridays. November's about to be really busy, so I don't think we're going to be playing it again, like, anytime soon. If I had to guess, the next time we play Mario Kart is going to be when the DLC comes out. So I'm kind of glad that this just kind of turned into a full Mario Kart stream, because it probably is going to be the last time we play it for quite some time. But yeah, you're welcome to do so whenever it does pop up. I think once the DLC hits, we'll probably do it every Friday again. Okay. So I'm going to be off tomorrow. There'll be that first 30 premiere. What do we have on first 30 tomorrow? I think it's Monster Sanctuary is tomorrow's first 30. Yes. How are you? Yes, you're so precious. Yes, you're so precious. Such a good kitty. You're such a good kitty. You're such a good kitty. Alright, where was I? Off tomorrow, first 30, premiere at 9. Art stream on Sunday. Inscription on Monday. I'm going to check out that endless mode that I never got around to checking out. Hi. You want down already, huh? Do you want the door open? When I moved the bike and that just made you decide you had to surface? You're weird. Inscription Monday. I'm going to take an extra night off on Tuesday. Mostly to do a bunch of recording. But now we're going to do that movie night as well. I think I already put the message on Discord about that, so everyone should know about that. Wednesday I'll be off. Thursday we'll do more Grounded. Friday we'll start Symphony of the Night. Then Saturday off. Sunday art stream. Monday Symphony of the Night. Tuesday Sonic Frontiers comes out. Is it that close? Holy shit, I guess it's that close. Where are you with hours watched again? Volpe has 54 hours this month. Scarlet Cowgirl has 37. 37:30. Pretty comfortable lead. I don't expect that first and second are going to change. I think you two have those locked in. Theo and Riley both have 29:30. So one of them's going to be third. Just a matter of what the next 2 days are going to be. I don't think Guy can scoop up 6 hours. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. If you're real active and they're not very active, you could probably catch up.
You have 1 hour this month, Looney. Yes, you have 266 total, though. I don't know how you got that many hours while you were away for 2 weeks. That's... that is a good question. I thought you'd be pretty far behind, for sure. Which, by the way, because I think, like... Scarlet's still kinda new here. I believe exclamation point rank is how you check your hours. It will show you how much you have this month. I don't have a command that shows you top 5 for the month, just due to the weird way I had to make it work. Apparently, I've only watched my own stream 1 hour this month. Let's take a look, really quick. We're gonna look at all-time hours. Volpe, JMT, Pensive Scarlet, Guy James, Riley... I want to know how to pronounce your last name. Is that a soft G or a hard G? It's like, is it like Fougere or Fougere? Or are those both completely way off base? Anyway, Logan is still in 6th. Eno's in 7th. Blue, Beautiful, 7. Coulter. Mike, Twain. There's still a couple of people in, like, the top 30 that, like, I have not seen in a very long time. So, Scarlet, I think you're coming up pretty quickly. You're probably going to pass a lot of these... You're going to climb the ranks pretty quickly, because... There's at least 11 people in front of you who do not come to streams anymore. So you'll pass them pretty quickly. As far as total time goes. Oh, it's a soft, so it's Fougere. Fougere. Or was that the first one I did? I don't know, whatever. I'm probably making a fool out of myself. Let's get the hell out of here. So like I said, I'll be off tomorrow. I'll be back on Sunday with an art stream. So enjoy your weekends. Thank you everyone for hanging out and playing tonight. And I will see you guys next time.